The cathedral towered 120 feet in the air. It stood atop a rocky bluff, which added another 50 feet to its already impressive height. And at its very top, buffeted by the wind, was poised Ryan Cotter, his scoped Steyr scout rifle in his hands, waiting patiently for his targets to appear in its sights. Below him, the massing congregation of 5,000 muties and their human slaves was gathering, waiting too for the arrival of the two figures who led this abominable religion that held humanity in contempt and was gearing itself towards mankind's eradication here in the Deathlands. Ryan was a big man in his 30s, tall and rangy, his lean body a mass of taut muscle, crisscrossed with scars. His hair was a mass of black curls that came down to brush the top of the collar of his shaggy, bear-like fur coat. But it was his face that really demanded attention. He wore a black leather eye patch over the hole where his left eye had been, while the right side of his face was marked with a deep scar, stretching from his brow down to his stubbled jaw. Ryan was an astonishing marksman. The Steyr Scout was like an extra appendage he'd been born with, its weight natural resting against his shoulder. He held it there loosely, his index finger on the trigger guard, ready to move into place the moment he knew he could take the shot. His targets, he knew, would emerge from the walled settlement that sat beyond the bluff on which this monument to evil had been built. Located somewhere near the borders of what had been North Carolina and Virginia, the walled city known as Mville, M for Monsterville, M for Mutieville, nobody cared which, least of all its occupants. Occupants who'd come to embrace the taunts and the cruelties mankind had cast upon them. It was those cruelties which had sown the seeds, Ryan guessed, for the mutie religion harbored in the newly built halls beneath him. A religion which placed the mutated at the top and placed mankind as nothing more than a resource to be exploited, abused, or killed, at the whims of the Earth's new masters. It was unusual, the bringing together of muties under one roof, all of them agreeing on a common purpose. Unusual and terrifying. It was something never seen in the Deathlands on such a scale before. At the head of this mutie religion was a hybrid scaly sticky mix who had adopted the title of the Taint Shaman. Taint was a curse used by humans to refer to muties, but the shaman had embraced it, almost weaponizing it in an angry rebuttal to the muties' oppressors. The Taint Shaman answered only to a full-blooded scaly known as the Monstrous, who stood as head of Mville itself. The Monstrous was also considered to be the shaman's sister, though not by blood. Their relationship was more one of sorrow and convenience than any true familial bond. Therein lay the true seeds of Mville and its religion, Ryan knew. His associate, Jack Lauren, had figured it out, piecing together the puzzle by a combination of instinct and cunning, which was so often Jack's nature. These two muties, Shaman and Monstrous, were escapees from a human settlement called Rest Town, where they had once been the playmates of the Baron's shy daughter, a girl named Adriana. It was in the company of the baronial family that they had first encountered human religion and seen how it could be twisted to their own ends, creating the situation which Ryan found himself in now, a situation he knew he had to bring to its end. Ryan sat, watching through his scope, the gates of the Ville walls that stretched out before him. High walls made from old wrecks and shipping containers, built around the central point of an old abandoned truck stop whose motel had become the baronial mansion of the Monstrous and her inner circle of devotees. Any moment now that gate would open, and Ryan would get his first glimpse in many months of the Monstrous and the Shaman. Come on. Let's get this nuke shit over with. Ryan could be patient. He had to be. It had taken a long time to reach this point. Five months earlier, in a redoubt in Phoenix, Maryland, two men were making the quarter-mile walk along the underground redoubt corridor toward the outside world.
What now?
Always hope somewhere.
like flowers in the dirt.
Their names were Jack Lauren and Ricky Morales, and both were longtime allies of Ryan Carter, a part of his traveling band of survivors who had eked out a nomadic existence across the Deathlands. In the years since they had last been in this subterranean facility, Jack and Ricky had seen Ryan and the others escape through time via the Operation Kronos machinery, then had been captured by the Taint Shaman and his muty ilk. Enslaved and forced to hunt for salvage and even more human slaves, Jack and Ricky ultimately became a part of the construction crew that built the towering cathedral that now overlooked the muty capital city of Mville. Jack and Ricky had made a harrowing escape under cover of an ill-fated slave revolt. In disguise and on foot, and via Matrans teleportation between different military redoubts, they finally returned here to meet with Ryan and the others for their return through time, as they had all agreed. But the agreed-upon time had come and gone 2 days ago, and Ryan and the others had not returned. The clock did not lie. They reached the end of the tunnel-like corridor, a metal-sided tube as broad as a highway that burrowed beneath the earth at an incline, reaching the hangar-like lobby area where it opened out upon the surface.
You have any idea where we're supposed to find it, Jack? Hope, I mean.
Ricky glanced out at the sky outside. It was overcast, rain pissing down a steady mist of polluted yellow, reeking of sulfur.
Miscalculated. Bad guess, got lost. But lost ain't gone.
What are you talking about?
Can't do nothing, not us. We'd track, shoot, chill, good at that. This?
Jack hooked a thumb over his shoulder back to the depths of the redoubt.
Need an expert. Not us.
Eden was the time travel expert. She's gone. Unless we get a working time machine to bring her here so she can work our time machine, I guess.
Eden was a white coat.
Whitecoats were what Deathlanders called scientists, and usually not in a flattering way. Scientists were often suspicious figures, to be avoided, lest one were to be caught up in their experiments.
Pull the trigger, Jack.
Found another white coat.
Okay, makes sense. But where?
Araucaria.
You think they'll go for it?
They lost one of their own. Eden. Want her back, maybe.
Yeah.
They had trekked a long way to get here, encountered and avoided many hazards. And now it seemed they were destined to do it all again, this time to reach the scientific research center known as Araucaria.
At least we didn't leave Araucaria on a bad note.
Yeah. Nice change.
Ricky saw he was smiling, the sly bastard. Jack had a wicked sense of humor in the most literal way. He found the darkest things amusing. But he was right, too. Ryan and the companions, Ricky and Jack among them, did exhibit a tendency of upsetting the places they left, turning regimes over and leaving trails of corpses in their wake more often than not. That was in part a product of Ryan Carter's outlook of leaving places in a better way than they had found them. Sometimes that meant excising the bad aspects physically and permanently.
Maybe they'll even welcome us back.
Jack patted one of the guns on his hips, then the one he now had hidden in his jacket. The meaning was obvious. Don't bet on it. Having reset their booby traps at the main doors, the kind that could kill a man if he was caught unaware, they moved out across the ruined field that surrounded the abandoned redoubt. The field had once been host to a muty encampment, but now all that remained was churned-up mud and the forgotten debris of a battle that had occurred a year earlier. Their friend Mish had died out here, strapped to a bomb and forced against her will to trigger it by a sadistic telepath named Arnor Eshkarek. They had so many enemies, so many grievances to right, so many blood debts to pay to the muties who had come after them and enslaved them. Eshkarek was dead, Bizarro was dead, but there were others, a whole regime of them expanding from that settlement out in the Shens, the place known as Mville. 40 miles. In the late 20th century, it would be nothing, a brief journey in an automobile. In the Deathlands age, it was 40 miles through hell. Jack and Ricky had supplemented their attire with hoods and kerchiefs over their mouths to better disguise themselves. Despite the arsenals they both carried, they knew that their best weapon was stealth, better to avoid than to engage. This was Mutie country now, a Mutie nation where humans, or Humes as the Muties referred to them, were only ever welcomed as slaves or as playthings in the Mutie sadistic games. Jack and Ricky kept off the main roads. Most of those roads dated back to before the nuke cost, part of the network of highways that crisscrossed Maryland. The roads had become overgrown and broken, but they were still used by travelers, and the old settlements sometimes had occupants in them. There had been a time when those occupants might have been mistrustful, but they were at least human. Now, it was anyone's guess. So instead of the roads, Jack and Ricky crossed over open land, trekking through wilderness and through forest. And when they saw any signs of habitation or of other travelers, they changed path, moving deeper into cover. Jack was a tracker, and his senses were exceptional. He could sense another person, friend or enemy, at a half-mile distance or more. He was ferociously alert, and he never relaxed. Jack was like a cat that way, always sleeping with one eye open.
Where are we?
They had been on the road for 3 days, and were cutting through a forest that had sprung up in what had once been a timber yard, though the irony was lost on both men.
River's close. Yet?
No. What river?
Patapsco, east of Baltimore.
Shit. I hate that place. How are we gonna get across?
Ways.
Ways. Great.
Baltimore had retained a mostly human population, of course, but the infighting and open warfare between different groups there made it too much of a headache to pass through. Instead, they went cross-country until Ricky finally could hear the distant lap of waves that told him they were nearing the wide Patapsco River. They crossed Quakelands, where nuclear warheads had shaken the earth down to the tectonic level, and great valleys cut through the ground like jet-black lightning. Sometimes they could leap those gaps in the soil, and sometimes they had to trace along them until they found a crossing point. One time, they rappelled down into a gully until the walls were close, then back up the other side. Things grew in the gully walls, leafy things in green and brown, but with human faces. Ricky looked away, ignoring their plaintive expressions. Whatever they were, he couldn't afford to get ensnared by them. Jack, for what it was worth, ignored anything other than his mission. He always did. They left the wilderness and found themselves at the edge of a crisscrossed network of old roads. Some were low and some were high up, weaving across one another like the tangles in a piece of string. Jack took a moment to get his bearings, eyeing the afternoon sun where it hung like a dead eye in the polluted sky.
Which way?
Jack turned right and began to march without saying a word. Ricky hurried to keep up. Jack had been silent for a long time. They both had, immersed in their own thoughts. In Ricky's case, he had been thinking about his dead girlfriend, Jo, and all that had happened since.
Jack, when this is done, we need to go see Joe's father. Tell him how she died.
No. Don't tell him how. That hurt him.
You're right, but we do need to tell him that she died. Someone has to mourn her.
Jack glanced at Ricky, meeting his eyes.
You.
I guess. Doc said something when Joe died. He told me it didn't get easier, losing people. But time made it less raw. That it wouldn't hurt as much.
Does it?
No. I still miss her. I still think about her. But Doc was right. It doesn't... It felt urgent at first. Like I was on fire with this pain of losing her, of missing her.
And now?
It's gone. I betrayed Ryan and Doc and everyone, even you. And I did it because of that burning ache I had, and after all we've been through, I realized just how fucking stupid that was. People die.
Yeah, people die.
The stupid thing is, I saved my sister, and I guess...
Jack held up a hand, warning Ricky to silence. Jack was standing still, his eyes scanning the towering support columns of the roadway above them and the overgrown vegetation at their back.
Got something. Get to cover.
Ricky saw a thick clump of bushes that had spilled out across the cracked blacktop from the side of the road and scrambled toward it, keeping low. Jack followed.
What is it?
Jack said nothing. He just watched the road, one hand reaching for the MP5K he had slung low beneath his jacket. They ducked down, waiting. For a half minute or so, it was silent. Then Ricky detected footsteps coming from their left, the same direction that they had come from.
Where the hell did they go?
I was on them, Jay. They must have cut through the trees or something.
You didn't see?
I'm sorry, Jay.
Shut up.
Ricky and Jack saw them then, just coming around the trees at the edge of the roadway, 40 feet from them. A man with bandoliers crisscrossing his chest, head shaved, a scar down the middle of his face crossing his forehead and nose. He held a hefty-looking pipe that Jack figured for a homemade gun. Beside him, a woman dressed in bandage-like strips, a dark marking across her eyes like a smear of oil, knives in her belt and strapped to her arms and legs. 3 more figures followed. 2 heavy bruisers who might have been twins, tattoos down their arms and across their faces. A 3rd man shorter and wearing a top hat and tails, no shirt. The man in the top hat was clearly in charge.
Did we lose some, Master Kidney?
Not yet.
The bald man was watching the side of the road, scanning for movement. Ricky felt the man's eyes on him, and he held his breath. A mule-drawn wag appeared in the far distance behind the group of strangers. Red paint on its wheel rims caught the sunlight. Red rims meant only one thing.
Shit. They're slavers.
There!
The woman dressed in strips sprang toward where Ricky and Jack were hidden, galloping across the cracked blacktop.
Oh, okay there, lassie.
The bald man was leveling a blunderbuss in their direction, but the rushing woman was in his line of fire.
They'll chill us.
Nah. Need us alive. Make their living.
It was cold comfort. Ricky and Jack had been slaves before, forced to work for the Muti Empire, living in squalor. Jack rose from cover and held the MP5K high so they could all see. Everyone paused.
Well now, what is this we have found?
Back off.
Friend! We, humans will have to stick together.
You ain't human.
What is that? Your friend there wanna show himself, herself?
Himself.
Ricky rose, his Ruger pistol in one hand.
Well, aren't you both just armed for a special birthday? But there is 5 of us, plus my man in the wag. Maybe you need to consider your, predicament.
I've got more than 5 bullets. Jack?
Oh, got a lot more.
Huh? Jack spun, spotting an extra 2 sec men who were creeping up on him and Ricky from behind. They were as heavy as the other 2, matching tats that looked like calligraphy down the right-hand side of their faces.
Oh, shit.
Ricky turned, but it was already too late. One of the thugs had him from behind, arms around his chest and his throat, dragging him backwards off his feet. The second heavy had drawn a whip and lashed it at Jack. But Jack jabbed his submachine gun into the path of the whip and let it wrap around it, killing the whip's momentum. Thinking Jack had made a mistake, the heavy slaver didn't notice the young man extending an arm and letting the familiar weight of a throwing knife drop from its hidden sheath into his hand, handle down. In the same movement, Jack brought his arm across his body and let the leaf-bladed knife fly, cutting through the air between himself and his attacker. Believing he had snagged Jack's firearm, the whipman didn't even see the silvery metal of the knife as it crossed the distance between himself and Jack He only felt it as it sank into his windpipe, dropping him to his knees. Ricky was being dragged back through the underbrush, his heels jouncing on the rough ground as he tried to get his feet under him. They were almost back to the road now, where the other slavers waited. Ricky's Ruger was still in his hand, pinned against his chest where his attacker squeezed him tightly. The slaver's breath stank of meat and rancid hops.
Little tiny asshole break.
Ricky lifted his feet up and to the side, forcing the man to take all of his weight. When the big slaver readjusted his grip, Ricky freed his Ruger and pointed it over his shoulder. Ricky felt the man stumble. For a moment, they were wavering, dancing in place, Ricky holding his feet high off the ground. Then, confident of his aim, Ricky fired again, driving 2 Magnum .357 bullets into his attacker's right leg and foot. Both men went down, the slaver clutching his bloodied leg. Suddenly freed, Ricky kept up his momentum, rolling to disappear amongst the overgrown vegetation.
Shit! What the fuck?
Head down, Ricky almost collided with Jack, who was moving in a crouch before him.
Jack, I almost got...
Just run.
Jack grabbed Ricky's arm and propelled him forward. In a flash, they were deeper into the undergrowth, weaving between trees and bushes as Jack sought out a path.
We got bullets, Jack. We can...
No, save him.
Why? We have...
Too noisy. People gonna come now.
Shit, I didn't think of that. That asshole almost had me, man.
Don't matter now.
You all know what to do. Fan out, flank them. They won't get far.
I'm on the left. Cut right.
Behind them, the slavers were calling out a strategy that they'd no doubt used 100 times before.
We're going loud, everybody. Let's bring them in.
You think there's anyone else in that wag they had? Slaves, I mean?
Maybe. Not our problem.
It should be.
Not our problem.
It was as if a whole city had woken up behind them. A city populated by camouflaged humans, and even muties by the sound of them, all lying in wait for their unsuspecting prey. And Ricky and Jack were it. They darted between trees and thick grass that grew tall as their waists and threatened to tangle them like a jungle vine. They crossed a field in the middle of which, sunken into the earth like it had been mired in quicksand, were the curving golden arches of a colossal letter M, a road sign from another age, when people had used the roads. Beyond this was a highway, all weeds and loose gravel, half of it sheared away so that one had to step down to cross it. Jack leapt, fearless and fast, and Ricky followed, glancing back over his shoulder. Tall trees towered in a line along the road, arrayed in perfect formation like toy soldiers, each 100 feet high, crossing from verge to road where their roots had torn apart the old cracked pavement. Something dropped from one of those trees, 10 feet from where Jack and Ricky ran, plummeting down to block their path. It was a man, bundled up in layers of dirt-caked rags, mouth hidden by a scarf, his eyes obscured behind tinted goggles. The figure had something long and sharp in its hand, some kind of spear.
You made a mistake, fuckwits!
Jack didn't miss a step. His hand was inside his jacket, drawing a leaf-shaped blade which he threw in a graceful arc. The blade shot through the air and connected with the ragged figure's chest. The man in rags fell back, the blade embedded.
No mistake.
They kept running, leaping over the fallen body, as the raggedy man swiped at them ineffectually with his spear. As they ran on, they closed on a spot where the ground began to slope downwards. Ahead of them, Ricky and Jack could see a tunnel entrance, wide enough for 4 automobiles. The arch of the roof collapsed, and a line of dead cars rusting at its opening.
We go in?
Gotta get across the river.
He hadn't explained this part of his plan to Ricky, but then Jack never explained anything he didn't have to. Ricky had assumed they would use a boat or stay inland somehow to cross the wide harbor here. Their previous experience with a ferryman in Baltimore had ended badly, and ground level was too hostile to cross. No wonder Jack had chosen the old road tunnel. It was basic and practical. Even so, Ricky didn't like the thought of being trapped in a tunnel. People could block you in too easily down there, and who knew whether it was even open on the far side? Out of options, they ran for the entrance, dropping down from a higher road, scrambling down the bank to reach the old Baltimore Harbor Tunnel. They had to climb across the barricaded cars and spikes to get in.
Shit. I hate slavers, man.
You and me both.
The tunnel was split down the middle, 2 lanes for traffic to either side. No traffic had run under here in 100 years. Only people on foot or maybe horseback. Nothing else could get through.
Who do you think blocked the entrance?
People. Scared people.
Ricky figured Jack was probably right. The opening was choked with rusted vehicle frames, piled up and abandoned by people either scared when the bombs had dropped or after, trying to save themselves from whatever horrors followed. No one had driven an actual automobile in a century, except for armored wags designed to protect their occupants as they crossed the hostile wastes, running on electric generators or alcofuel, sometimes on steam power produced by burning wood or coal. You didn't see many of those. Wags with engines were rare. Most people walked. A few had horses or mules like the slavers. It didn't matter. There was nowhere to go, and the whole landmass had been shot to hell. Inside, the road tunnel kept dropping, becoming darker as they left the sunlight at its mouth. Ricky knew Jack's eyes were sensitive enough to see in the deepening gloom, but his own eyes were not as keen, and he would likely turn an ankle in the dark. Ricky reached for his tinderbox and struck a light with a flint. As the flame flared to life, a whole host of dark shapes went crawling away on the ceiling and the walls and underfoot.
I don't like this. I seen bugs back home. They don't scare me. But we're trapped down here, Jack. What if the other end's blocked? Last time we crossed by going all the way around.
Shit. Last time didn't have slavers up our ass.
They moved on past the abandoned vehicles that were slowly degrading to rust, past trailers whose loads had been scavenged and whose doors had been left wide open. The tunnel sloped downwards 100 feet below ground at its lowest point. In the flame from Ricky's tinder, they could see that the ceiling was black with mold. Mold that moved. Water dripped in here, free-flowing down the walls in places, forming puddles like miniature lakes in the darkness. They waded through one of those lakes, smelling of machine oil and gasoline, and who knew what else. Jack spotted something dark swimming through the putrid water.
What is it?
Jack paused, watching with keen red eyes. The water came up over their boots, just below the knee, and it was getting deeper. Ricky watched, less than reassured, as Jack drew a knife from his waistband. They waded on. The pool ran 300 feet, and by the time they reached its center, they were belly deep in it. The thing that swam within kept darting away when Ricky brought his lit tinder around to see, and it was obvious that it disliked the light. At this depth, the tunnel never saw sunlight. The only light this creature knew would be from passing travelers like Ricky and Jack. The water rippled. Ricky moved the lit flame again, hoping to catch the thing. He saw it for just a flash before it darted away. It was short and dark, no longer than his forearm, but its open mouth displayed twin lines of needle-like teeth, above which were set 2 all-too-human-looking eyes. Strangely enough, the eyes reminded Ricky of Joe.
Move!
Ricky realized he had stopped.
The eyes. Did you see them?
Move!
Ricky still hadn't moved. He was scanning the water for the fish with his girlfriend's eyes. Then Jack's hand was pressing against his back, and Ricky felt his legs begin to trudge, one in front of the other. The fish thing brushed against his knee, his thigh. And he felt something gnawing there.
Shit! Jack! It bit me!
Jack stabbed down with his knife, driving the point of the blade into the thing's face, where he saw its shadow-like shape clinging to Ricky's leg, and the flicker of flame against black ripples. Something dark oozed in the water, and Ricky watched as the aquatic beast departed, weaving through the water with haste.
I think I'm bleeding, man. Shit!
Why you stop?
I don't know. I saw something. Thought I saw something.
It was some kind of muty eel, Ricky figured, but the spell was broken now. The eyes weren't real. It was probably hypnotic, adapted to snare the souls of its victims, maybe. He reached down and held his hand against his leg, but he couldn't tell if it was bleeding or just the water. The leg of his pants had a small tear, big enough to work his thumb into.
Shit.
They continued wading through the dark water, found it became shallower again, and knew they were approaching its far side. The length of the old Baltimore Harbor Tunnel was nearly 1.5 miles, carrying the old I-895 under the Patapsco River. Jack and Ricky had now crossed the halfway point after a 15 minutes walk. The voice could only be the shirtless man in top hat and tails that they'd seen, the slavers' leader. Ricky looked at Jack, the flame in his hand guttering as it threatened to go out.
Won't catch us.
You think?
Jack nodded, his alabaster face a spectral presence in the flickering light. But then they both heard something that made him change his mind. The sound of hooves came thundering along the tunnel behind them.
They got a horse.
Pulling the wag.
They both looked back, watching the pitch darkness, hearing that beast of burden approach. Then that was followed by at least 5 more horses, free of any wags and galloping through the darkness, getting closer with every second. Jack drew his Heckler & Koch MP5K.
Damn. Don't like chilling horses.
But he stood there, pressed up against the wall now, stock still, poised with the weapon cradled in both hands.
Me either.
Ricky wasn't sure what to do. Their torch was a beacon for their pursuers, but putting it out now would plunge them into darkness. It would be worse because they had both got used to its light. Then it dawned on him. How could the slavers see? Without pause, Ricky blew out the flame in his hand, and after a moment they both saw it. The flaming torch the lead rider held as he charged through the pool toward them. It was the man with the scar across his face, the one named Jay, and behind him ran the woman with the oil-streaked face, sprinting to keep pace, not even breathing hard. And beside them, maybe 6 paces between them, more riders, new ones that Ricky and Jack hadn't seen before, men with scarves wrapped around their faces, semi-human things that hunched in as they gripped the necks of their mounts. The steeds, too, were strange. Some were horses, others looked like hybrids. One with thick, strangely jointed legs that stuck outwards like a crab. Another with a rounded face that had bulbous black eyes, twin antennae feeling the air. Ricky watched as the lead man seemed to throw something, his right arm thrusting forward while his left held his torch aloft. The thing sprang from his hand, a metal wire, coiled like an old telephone cord, stretching out to its extended length as the weight at its end pulled it forward. Ricky dived aside, keeping his mouth clamped tight as he hit water. The weighted weapon whizzed past him overhead until it was at full extension, before hurrying back on its spring. Then Jack fired, a burst of bullets spluttering out of his MP5K, low and lethal. Ricky's head was close to the water. He saw a horse twist on itself as the first of those bullets struck. Behind it, one of the pursuers reared up, not liking the threat and the noise, throwing its rider as the others splashed into the waters of a pool, drawing bows and arrows, spears and hammers on long lengths of chain. And then, something remarkable happened. The pool they were running through caught fire, clipped by one of Jack's bullets, igniting in a furious flash that danced up the first horse's body in an instant as it galloped onwards.
Shit! Shit!
The flames leapt across the surface of the water. Behind him, the next horse and rider went up like a fireball, illuminating the tunnel like the 4th of July. All that gasoline and machine oil and whatever other pollutants made up the pool's content caught light and added fuel to the fire. Ricky ran, splashing gainlessly through the water, the fire not 6 feet behind him. Jack was beside him, running also, glancing behind him to send another burst of lead death from his submachine gun. A burning horse charged between Ricky and Jack, its rider in agony as flames engulfed his body. Behind him, 4 more horses, or horse-like mounts, splashed into the burning pool. Some turned in the confined quarters, while others sped through as flames raced up their legs and bellies, transforming steed and rider into a grotesque, fiery spectacle. Then Ricky and Jack were out of the water, sodden boots heavy with the weight of it, watching as the leadmost flaming horse and rider ran on ahead of them, lighting the tunnel until in a moment of madness, the horse careened headfirst into a wall, breaking its neck as the flames overwhelmed its body. The carcasses of horse and rider lit the tunnel. Jack and Ricky turned back as another steed and rider, this one the crab-like thing with the extended legs, clambered from the waters with head and legs aflame, the rider keeling from it as his body went up like a torch. He fell, dropping back into the pool as his steed collapsed in a burning heap, not 6 feet from where Ricky and Jack stood. The next rider didn't even make it to the far side of the pool. By then, the flames in the water were high enough to ignite the rider's legs and torso. Something in his or her pocket exploded as the flames touched it, turning the rider into a bloody mist from the waist up. Above the dead slaver, something cracked in the roof of the tunnel, and water began to gush like a waterfall. The remaining 2 riders made the foolish decision to leap from their steeds as they ran through the burning pool, perhaps hoping that the waters would douse them before the flames could take hold. Instead, both hit the waters only to see the fires spread across their bodies. Riderless, rudderless, their mounts crashed into one another in a state of panic, hurtling through that freshly made waterfall which momentarily doused the flames on their galloping bodies before they collapsed from fear and exhaustion.
Tunnel fucked. They won't survive.
The ceiling began to bow, great hunks of it dropping away, and the crackle of the fires was accompanied by a smell like a hog roast. Jack and Ricky ran, weary as they were. It took another 20 minutes to reach the far end of the tunnel, where the lousy gray sunlight filtered miserably into it from the open maw. There were more automobiles parked up, parts missing, not just wheels, but doors and windshields, taken by scavengers to be used as building materials or armor or weapons. The whole tunnel felt like so much open landfill. Jack glanced at Ricky, then prowled ahead, taking point without saying a word. There were more cars, more rust and catastrophe frozen in place, the last monuments of a dead civilization left to rot. Then they reached the sunlight, striding wearily along a road that sloped upwards to ground level once more. Ricky looked back, saw the darkness of the harbor tunnel, and saw a temple-like structure sitting atop the entrance. Just another ruin amongst the ruins.
We should find somewhere to bed down soon.
It was maybe 5 p.m., the sun already dwindling as it dropped down toward the horizon. Their clothes were wet, but they were drying out now that they were in the sunshine, the effect making them shiver as the wind played against them. As they reached level ground, they saw a trading market and realized immediately what was up for trade: slaves. There were muties here and humans, working together to spread the misery that they brought. Human slavers were probably the last humans left that the muties could abide, as they sold their own into servitude to keep the pack at bay. There would come a time one day soon when the very same muties would turn on the slavers, but for now the arrangement seemed to work. There was no easy way around the market. One side ended abruptly in a sheer cliff that dropped 60 feet into the polluted sludge of the harbor, a fall that would break a man's neck. A steep slope abutted the other side, and there was only the high metal fence of the market stretching all the way to left and right, entirely blocking the road.
Gotta go through.
Ricky pulled his hood up tighter to hide his human features.
I don't like this.
Jack just smiled tightly and led the way into the market, past 2 armed Sekmen muties, a scaly and a swampy, standing at a gap in the 8-foot-high chain-link fence. The Sekmen paid them no mind.
Good pickings today. We're blessed by the D, the N, and the A.
Blessings to you.
Then they were inside. Groups of muties milled around, and two large stages for auction stood at the center, surrounded by rows of stalls. Humans were there, many of them following muties as their chattel. Jack and Ricky recognized scalies with their lizard-like features, stickies with their sharp teeth and their distinctive skin, covered in bud-like suckers, scabbies who looked like their rotten, pus-covered skin would tear away from their bones at any moment, and others. Here, a group of tall swampies with their stocky bodies. Beside them, the dwarven muddies who so closely resembled them in all ways but their height. And there, a group of deformed figures dressed in mud-streaked rags, clutching their heads as they read the marketplace with their telepathic abilities. Best to avoid those, Ricky knew. They didn't want to get ratted out. Both he and Jack pulled their hoods up a little tighter and cut a path across the makeshift market as swiftly as the crowds allowed. Up on stage, a barker was calling attention to his latest lot.
Two fine specimens, twins with long fair hair, as you see. Ideal for wig making for the more fashion-forward muties among you.
One scabby whose left eye had sealed closed from pus raised his hand to bid.
I see one food's been offered. Do I see two? Two for both of these lovely hewn ladies. You are ladies, yes?
Please let us go. We're not twins. I don't even know her.
Oh, delusional. Some folks pay extra for that. Good entertainment value.
This is sick, Jack. We should help them.
Keep moving. Almost out of here.
The market's exit was in sight. Two big swampies stood guard at either side of the gates, and the path toward it was lined with vendor stalls selling all sorts of things, from slave collars to bags of premixed feed. One vendor, a scaly with hair and braids down her back and a metal clip through her nose, shook a glass jar of small white shards in their face.
Got hume teeth. Lucky if you rub 'em.
Behind the scaly, a man was being held down as a broad-shouldered scaly pulled his teeth out with a pair of bloody pliers.
Lucky hume teeth. Bring your luck. Make you rich.
The scaly shook the jar at Ricky like a charity collection tin.
No, thank you.
He kept his voice low to make it less obvious he was human. The noise of the market was loud enough to do that anyway. Then they were at the gates, and they kept their eyes on their feet as they passed through, making sure not to make eye contact with the swampies who stood guard there. And then they were through, out of the market and onto the road beyond. There were wags parked here and litter everywhere. Containers and rusted bathroom fittings, old things like that that had been put to new use until they decayed. To their left, the world seemed to drop away where a quake had sheared off a hunk of ground, making the harbor that bit wider. A jagged line cutting right through the center line of the highway.
The sooner we leave here, the better.
Yep.
And leave there they did, but they still had a long way to go. South of Baltimore was Mutie country. Settlements were spread out, which meant they were relatively easy to avoid if you didn't mind doing machete duty on some overgrown path or two. But it was evident that the human settlements had mostly been overwhelmed, and in some cases destroyed. There had been a death cult active north of here, Ricky recalled, but that had been over a year earlier, before this whole mess with the time travel machine had started. A walled ville had several scaly guards posted, smoking hand-rolled cigarettes as they peered into the night air. The cigarettes made their senses easy to fool, and Jack and Ricky merely kept their distance, guided by the guttural laughter as the smoking sect team chatted. Another ville was made up of a line of boats, hooked nose to tail on a stream. The stream was almost dried out, a trickle wending its way between mounds of oily black sludge. Aboard the boats, swampies were carousing with barrels of foul-smelling beer, fighting and screwing in some wild bacchanalian orgy. They were closer to animals than people. Human slaves were made to watch, and sometimes to join in against their will. As Ricky and Jack passed, they saw a man being held over the side of the lead boat by his feet, his head being trailed through the thick sludge as he thrashed, unable to breathe. On the 6th day, they reached the grounds of the converted high school that housed the Araucaria Institute. This area had once been named Annapolis, located close to the Maryland coast, but now it was mostly wilderness, buildings emerging, peeking out from the vegetation that had taken over the roads and the sidewalks. Jack had ridden these roads once with Ryan Carter, driving a converted school bus on a retrieval mission to a hellhole named Kill Island. It felt like a lifetime ago. Up ahead, crouched low amongst the trees and bushes, was the 2-story building they both knew.
Araucaria.
It was about 2 hours after dawn. They had traveled some of the night to get here, knowing they were close. The building looked abandoned, plate glass boarded up, gates open, scrubby, overgrown vegetation all around. But they knew different. They walked through those gates, hands held loosely at their sides, weapons tucked away.
Hello? Hey, Whitecoats! It's me! Jack!
No answer. All this way and they're not here.
They here.
Jack could sense people, knew they were being watched.
Should we knock?
No. Sharks.
Ricky remembered. The doors to Araucaria were electrified to keep visitors out.
Eden Long sent us. Needing your help.
He turned to Ricky and winked. Ricky felt his stomach tighten. The last time they had been here, they hadn't exactly left on bad terms, but they had been responsible for bringing a whole heap of trouble down on the inhabitants. After about a minute, a door opened in the building, and a Sekman stood there, wearing a flexible armored chest plate with a visored helmet that protected his face and head. He had a baton holstered at his leg, but Jack and Ricky could recognize the bulge of the other weapon, a firearm of some kind that was hidden inside a retractable holster in his bulky right sleeve.
What'd you say?
Whitecoat sent us. Eden Long.
Professor Eden Long. She was here about a year ago, 14 months, I think. We met her.
Yeah, I know Eden.
The Sekman raised his helmet, revealing a fighter's face with white scar tracks through his stubble.
I remember you.
Ricky smiled, nodding, recalling the man as one of the Sekmen from their last visit. Jack knew the man, too.
You go by Kai, yeah?
Yeah. You're Jack. You're, Ricardo?
Ricky.
Kai glanced up at the sky, then back to the two visitors.
Looks like rain. Better come inside.
He turned and held the door. As they entered the Araucaria building, both Ricky and Jack were aware that the Sekman named Kai had locked the door and positioned himself a few paces behind them so that he could act if they did something unexpected. Trust didn't go far in the Deathlands, not even among people who knew you. Inside, it was dark where the windows were all boarded and fortified with metal, but a few steps brought them back into the light. The interior was built around an outdoor atrium where the Whitecoats grew vegetables, and one side of the square of corridors was walled by plate glass that looked out onto that open space. There were rooms coming off the corridor to the other side. They had once been classrooms and offices, but were now converted into laboratories where various experiments were in progress, along with sleeping quarters and eating areas. A staircase led to a second level above where more rooms were dedicated to research and storage. Ricky had never been entirely clear on what the Araucaria Institute was. The Whitecoats here had explained it as a loose-knit community of scientists, many of whom traveled the Deathlands but who came back here to pool knowledge. Eden Long had been one such Whitecoat, and her specialist field, or at least one of them, was the legacy of Operation Kronos, the government project dedicated to research into time travel. It was Ricky's understanding that the Whitecoats believed that what they did here, under the umbrella name of Araucaria, was intended to benefit the human race, and to one day drag it out of the Dark Age that was the Deathlands era. It sounded noble when they put it like that, But Ricky knew not to trust whitecoats. They so often had their own agendas that were contemptuous of other people. He smiled bitterly at the realization that the same accusation might be leveled at him, given how he had treated his allies in his dogged pursuit of rescuing Joe. As they neared the far end of the long corridor to the west, a handsome, smartly dressed, dark-haired man with small framed glasses perched on his nose emerged from a side door to meet them. The man's name was Alexander Saraband, and he was a whitecoat. He smiled as he saw the two familiar men, but there was something about him that told them that he was on edge.
Jack Lauren and Ricardo Morales. It has been many months. How have you been?
Alive?
Your vocabulary remains as direct as ever, Jack.
We have a problem. A time travel problem.
Saraband raised one dark eyebrow, already intrigued.
That is Eden's field. However, I'm afraid we have not seen her since she left here with you, almost a year and a half ago.
As he said this last, Saraband's expression became concerned, realization dawning.
Did something happen?
Yeah.
We got to the redoubt with the Kronos machinery, and Eden got it working.
Really?
Yeah, but we got it messed up.
Oh, how so?
We were rushed. Eden, Professor Long, I mean, she had to make calculations on the fly, I guess. We lost her.
Lost in time.
Ah, my oh my, that is disastrous. She was one of our brightest, and after losing her husband also, another brilliant researcher. But come, let us not discuss this here in a corridor. Come through. Tell me, are you hungry? Oh, you must be, surely.
Always.
Saraband, accompanied by Kai and another sect man, led the two companions farther along the warren of corridors until they were at the mess hall. Together, they sat down, and Ricky tried to explain all that had happened, with Jack adding his own insights, both men avoiding mentioning how Ricky had helped cause the whole mess. Once they had finished their explanation, as well as their meal of fresh eggs and a salad, the ingredients of which were grown on the premises, Saraband looked at them shrewdly through narrowed eyes, lost in thought.
Your shoes need repair.
Uh-huh. Walked a long way.
We have the facilities here to do that, to patch them. And you may sleep here. You'll be safe. We're very secure.
We remember.
Ricky hesitated, waiting for the whitecoat to say something more, but the older man remained silent. So Ricky pressed on.
So are you gonna help us? Or did we wear out our boots for nothing?
Alexander Saraband had pressed his index fingers together, and he rested them against his chin, thoughtfully.
We'll repair your boots first, and then we can consider what else we might be able to fix.
Ricky was about to argue, but he bit back his heated response off a warning look from Jack. Saraband rose.
You have free reign of the facilities here. Just don't tamper with any of the research that's in progress. And leave your boots. I'm certain Kai here is capable of finding you a spare pair of shoes each from storage.
I'll make it happen.
Very good.
With that, the whitecoat Saraband departed the room, leaving Jack and Ricky with Kai.
So which way to the shoes?
They spent 2 days in Arakaria. Ricky was impatient, both of them were to some extent, but it was a pleasant place to hole up while the world outside their boarded-up windows and electric generator-lit rooms turned to hell. The building was off the beaten track, if such a thing existed anymore, and it featured grassy lands out the back that had once been school playing fields, surrounded by a line of trees that hid a high protective fence. This, coupled with the quadrangle at the center of the building where vegetables grew, made for some nice places to sit quietly and contemplate the world, or harvest eggs from the chicken coops. Very infrequently, the 15 or so residents of the facility ate chicken, where stocks were good and could be replenished. Their boots were returned, patched and cleaned up, the soles replaced where the tracks had worn down. They were almost like wearing new boots, so little remained of what they had been. New boots were a luxury in the Deathlands, and Ricky felt bad wearing them, like he'd spoil them somehow. By the end of the second day, Ricky was feeling agitated. He had never really calmed down. There was always something nagging at him, some urge driving him on. Unlike Jack, crazy, half-feral Jack, who so often seemed to be more animal than man, Ricky couldn't settle. Jack had the patience of a monk. Ricky found him sitting, gazing into the distance in the back field, where the grass grew high.
Jack, we gotta go, man.
Jack's head rose slowly, his eyes squinting against the afternoon sun. It felt good on him, that warmth, even with the swirling greens and purples and browns of pollutants that scored the sky.
What's the rush?
What's the rush? Ryan's gone, and until we find him, bring him back, we can't do anything. That's why we came here, isn't it?
Jack raised his left arm almost casually, and then Ricky saw a knife drop into his hand from its hiding place in his sleeve.
We are here.
Jack indicated where he and Ricky stood on the overgrown path where the Araucaria campus met the fields. Jack threw the knife with practiced precision, and the blade landed in the trunk of a tired-looking tree 15 feet away, and about the height of Jack's knee.
And Ryan's there, in time.
Jack rose and took a few paces around, keeping the tree trunk with the knife in it at approximately the same distance from himself.
Won't matter where we go. Ryan's staying right there, in time. Get him today, get him a year from now. Nothing different, nothing changed. Time travel plays tricks like that.
But things are getting worse. You know they are.
Jack calmly approached the tree and pulled his knife free, before stashing it back in its hidden sheath above his wrist. He turned back and shrugged.
What are we waiting for?
Whitecoat's gotta decide. Gotta be on our side, or...
Jack spun without warning, and his left hand shot out as if delivering a punch. The leaf-bladed knife flew once more from its sheath and struck that same tree trunk into which it had embedded before.
Ryan stay exactly where he is.
Ricky looked at the hilt of the knife where it protruded from the tree. He would swear it had struck the exact same spot, and if it hadn't, then he doubted there was more than a quarter-inch difference. Ricky realized that Jack was looking at him for an answer of some sort, and he found himself nodding.
We're moving forward in time, but we can pick them up from
10 minutes after they left.
Ricky looked up to see Saraband approaching across the grounds, accompanied by Kai, who followed a few paces behind him, helmet down over his features.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I could not help eavesdropping on your fascinating conversation. Mr. Lauren is correct, of course. Time travel makes a mockery of our attempt to describe or comprehend it. The variables involved are so complicated that an infinite number of outcomes rapidly present themselves on any practical attempt at analysis.
Does that mean you're not helping us?
Quite the contrary. I shall be happy to do so, assuming, of course, we are able to reach the chrono facility in question. What I cannot guarantee is success.
Ain't got room for failure.
Science is not about success or failure. It is a journey of discovery.
If that discovery brings back Ryan and our friends, we're in.
Eden and her husband Ivan were the experts in what had been explored by the Operation Kronos teams before the nuke course. If we have access to their notes, then it is possible, not definite, but possible, that I can recreate the results that they achieved.
She had her notes at the redoubt. Her husband's too. I remember her looking over them. She said he was brilliant.
He was. And his loss to us was a huge blow. Ivan was a radical thinker who may well have improved man's lot in life had he only had the time. Instead,
Eden said he experimented on himself?
That is also my understanding of the situation, yes. No matter. We shall take a wag from our depot, and along with 2 SEC-men, we shall travel to the redoubt, and I shall endeavor to fathom just what Eden did with herself, and your friends.
2 SEC-men?
I know it is dangerous out there, but that is all we can spare in the current climate. If you are happy with the arrangements, we shall leave first thing tomorrow. I suggest a hearty meal and a decent night's rest beforehand would be a wise course of action. Do we agree?
Agreed.
Yeah. Tomorrow.
Saraband, along with his sec man, began to turn back to the building, but he stopped, throwing Ricky a quizzical look.
Is there something else, Mr. Morales? You seem pensive.
I didn't say earlier, Professor, but I kind of caused this. All of it. I pressured Professor Long, to rush her tests. I didn't give her time to check everything.
In science, we have to accept that sometimes there is never enough time. We just have to act.
Ricky was shaking his head regretfully.
No, what if I chilled her? Chilled all of them? All of my friends?
We'll only know when we know, won't we?
That isn't very reassuring.
Science is not supposed to be reassuring. Like all knowledge, it simply is.
Ricky watched as the white coat and his ever-present guard made their way back into the building, and then he turned back to Jack. The albino was intensely watching the closing door where Saraband had disappeared.
What is it, Jack?
Saraband. He old, soft. Won't survive outside. Not without us.
He's bringing 2 sec men.
All he can afford. After that, it's on us.
Jack reflexively patted the holster of his Colt Python. Later that night, Jack was awoken by a crackle of electricity. He opened his eyes in the darkness, a room he shared with Ricky, sleeping side by side on 2 mattresses on the floor, listening. Then Jack heard the crackling again, still distant, no louder than before, but this time... Jack sat up in bed and reached for his guns.
Ricky, wake up!
What is it? I was dreaming about...
Somebody here, outside.
Ricky's eyes flicked to the closed door, the light from the corridor ebbing in beneath it.
What is that?
Jack was on his feet, Colt Python in hand, MP5K in his belt, snatching up his jacket from where he had placed it down the night before.
Defenses.
Ricky rose, grabbing his pants, his jacket, and his boots, getting into the former as quickly as he was able.
Defenses? You mean our defenses? Our Akaria's defenses?
Yeah.
Jack opened the door and moved out into the corridor, his Colt Python poised before him, scanning left and right before he made his way from the room. Still shrugging into his coat, Ricky followed. He caught up with Jack halfway up the corridor as he padded quietly ahead, tense and alert. Their room was located on the ground floor, and as they came closer, they heard the evidence of people testing the electrified doors that protected the building, each cry accompanied by a momentary flicker of the overhead lights.
What the hell is going on?
They had reached a right-angle turn in the corridor where the labs were located, with the cafeteria now behind them. A white coat they'd met, named Edward Aldwych, was standing ahead of them, talking to a handful of sec men and sec women. Aldwych was uncomfortably tall, with a bird's nest of white hair atop his head that looked even worse than normal now that he'd been rudely awoken. He turned as he saw Jack and Ricky approach, just as the sec men charged away toward the front of the building.
Ah, our visitors. Yes?
This an attack?
Yes, categorically it is. They're on the cameras. Come see.
Aldwych strode 6 feet down the corridor, passing Ricky and Jack, then into the open door of the surveillance room. As Ricky and Jack followed, they came before a half-dozen screens and saw a mass of figures swarming outside in the darkness, just a collection of shadows and silhouettes in the moonlight.
Muties.
Nuke shit. How many are there out there?
60, 70. Hard to be sure. More keep coming.
Tech expert Phil Trank sat before the bank of screens, manning the system. Trank was young and a little overweight, with a receding hairline. He looked worried. They watched as one of the milling figures peeled away from the mass and ran headlong at one of the electrified doors before being thrown back in a flash of sparks. As the sparks outside flared out, the lights in the room dimmed.
And what? They're just throwing themselves at the doors?
Not themselves. people. Humans.
They watched as another silhouetted figure pulled away from the mass, and under instruction of its masters, threw itself at the electrified doors, resulting in another explosion of lightning-like electricity.
Your doors will hold, right?
Trank was consulting a computer screen.
Not if they keep at this pace, no.
Just then, 3 more figures flung themselves at the doors, causing the electricity to arc across the front of the old building.
Shit!
Surely it depends on how many people they have to spare.
All of them?
All?
Slaves. Limitless resource.
No resource is limitless.
That won't matter once they get through our defenses, Professor Aldwych.
The lights winked out before flickering back to life in an on-off flutter.
They've breached the doors. The doors are breached.
They all turned as Professor Saraband arrived behind them. He looked flustered. His shirt had been buttoned up badly, buttons in the wrong holes, and he was breathless.
We need to evacuate.
Nonsense. Our sec men will deal with them. They're better armed and...
We outnumbered.
They heard the sound of people and muties smashing their way into the building, and the gunfire as the sec men took up the fight. Aldwych turned from Saraband to Ricky and Jack.
Muties. You brought them here.
No.
They must have followed you.
Maybe.
Shit. No one follow us.
Your hypothesis is flawed, Edward. The arrival of our 2 guests is no more than coincidental to the current situation. If there is a link...
If! Do you hear yourself, Alexander?
Jack stepped between the 2 men.
Argue outside. Grab blasters. Time to move.
The screens in the room lit up as the hallway cameras were momentarily washed out by an explosion within the building's central quad. When the light faded, they saw a sec man running down the hallway in their direction. It was Kai.
Time for evasive action, professors.
Saraband looked at Jack and Ricky.
Since our previous assault, we've opened up the basement. We can go down there and wait it out.
And die slow. No thanks.
Jack's right. Professor, how many wags do you have ready to go?
In a good state of repair? The one we were leaving in is ready, but there's a bus out there also, along with a pickup truck that the Kill Islanders left. They're all fueled, I think.
Roadworthy?
Kai, what would you say?
The bus has wheels, it'll drive. Not sure about the truck. Mal had it up on blocks last time I checked.
Got gas in them?
Yes.
Load them up. Get the bus started. And a wag. We leave in 5.
What about the truck?
No wheels, no use.
Another explosion shook the building. 2 sec men came scrambling into view on screen, their armor on fire, tearing at their protective helmets as their faces burned away.
Make it 3 minutes. No point staying here.
But our experiments, my work.
Jack drew his Colt Python and checked the cylinder.
Bring him, if you can.
We can't get through that chaos out there. The numbers are too great. They got wags, too. It'll be like trying to drive against a wall.
Just get the engine started. I can move a wall.
You?
But Jack was out in the corridor, running toward the attack, as the windows to the quadrangle blew inwards with another explosion that shook the building.
Shit, Jack. I thought we were leaving.
Ricky ran after Jack, the Heckler & Koch MP5K swinging in his hands with each rapid step.
We will. Just gotta deal with shit first.
Deal with shit. Just like old times.
When Jack and Ricky reached the front-facing corridor of the converted school, it was a war zone. Armored secmen were scrambling to and fro, laying down a line of fire with the Berettas they wielded, several reloading, but down to their last magazines. There were dead bodies strewn through the corridor and stacked up around the 2 doors that led to the outside. There were other doors in the complex which led outside, but these were behind high gates, harder for the invaders to reach. Harder, but not impossible. Outside, men and women fell under the gunfire, some armed with hammers and clubs, a few with swords, one with a length of chain. Scalies were with them, whipping them to keep up the attack, a dozen or more, and Jack could smell the stench of explosives and of low-grade gasoline. The kind people self-refined, the kind that spat and burped inside the engine when you tried to get a wag to run off of it. Jack took aim with his Colt Python. A bullet drilled into a Scaly's head at the back of the enraged horde. Scalies were durable, with thick leathery hide stretched over strong bones, tall frames, and agile limbs. The Scaly dropped back as the bullet struck and ricocheted off its cheek. Jack fired again, sending one into the muty's left eye in an explosion of optic fluid. The bastard finally went down. But there were others, so many others. A group of chained humans, their wrists linked like some crazy party game, came barreling through the open double doors that had already been blown off their hinges, using those linked chains to sweep up 2 Sekmen caught in the assault, wrapping them up like some perverse folk dance ritual. The Sekmen blasted their opponents, but it was already too late. One choked as the chain wrapped around her neck. The other sank amid the mob, disappearing from view. Ricky had his submachine gun in both hands, and he sent measured bursts of fire at the attackers, human and muty alike, cutting them down, driving them back.
Destroy it! Burn them out! Eat roast ewes for dinner for a month!
A Sek woman named Files took cover across from Jack as the defenses were driven deeper back into the building. Almost 6 feet tall, she was olive-skinned, with short black hair cut close to her scalp.
They're not organized. They're just relentless.
Gonna do something.
What's the plan, Jack?
I'll distract. Make the bastards follow me.
That's insane.
Insane world, insane day.
He sped away, agilely weaving between the demented attackers, shooting and knifing them, slitting tendons or throats when people came too close. In an instant, he was out the doors, into the heart of the assault. Ricky followed, and so did Files, along with another Sekman named Nando, forming a barricade. Outside was even more chaotic. The muties had a handful of horses and 3 wags, ramshackle things. 2 of them were 3-wheelers. All 3 belched noxious smoke, engines coughing and spitting as they ran through that low-grade gas they'd been fed. Muties didn't build wags. Many of them weren't even smart enough to drive them, and Jack saw immediately that all 3 were being driven by humans, slaves strapped naked into the driver's seats, hands bound or glued to the steering wheels, their eyes wide in fear. Jack counted 15 Scalies here, 5 of them on or inside the wags, the others on foot wielding whips and cudgels, one with a scratch-built rifle that looked older than he was, its parts reminiscent of something you'd find under a basin in a gas station restroom. Jack targeted the rifle muty as he ran.
Shit!
The shots missed, and the muty realized he was under attack. He raised the long-barreled weapon and reeled off a shot that went so wide it struck the side of one of the circling wags. By then, Jack had the MP5K out of his waistband and squeezed the trigger, sending a line of bullets at the muty, cutting through him from neck to groin. The muty sagged back, his rifle blasting futilely into the air as he fell. A 3-wheeler came roaring at Jack, and he dove, leaping neatly aside before grabbing a hold of it and clinging onto it as it roared carelessly through the crowd, knocking over its own people. Behind Jack, Ricky and the Sekmen were just outside the building's front door, desperately holding back the human avalanche that was driving its way forward. Nando was lying in a pool of his own blood, his head cleaved in 2, even through the helmet, but the Sekwoman Files still stood strong, and 2 other Sekmen had stepped in now. One was named Demambro, the other named Brown. Demambro sported a ginger beard beneath his visored helmet, while the fresh-faced Brown looked too young to grow a beard at all.
There's too many out here. How do we get to the parking lot?
Ricky let out another burst of fire from the MP5K, taking out the legs from under the latest wave of attackers, but he knew there was no hope of keeping them all back now. Files let loose a burst of her own.
Get back inside! Through the building, out the side door!
Retreat? Then what?
We're leaving, get it? It's hopeless staying here.
Okay, let's go.
Suddenly, the man named Brown took a projectile to the chest and sagged back against the wall. The projectile was some kind of sharpened rock, launched from a handheld catapult Ricky saw, and he scanned the crowd for the attacker. A second missile flew in and struck the wall, scattering stone flecks.
Brown, are you good? It's now or never. On your feet. Life don't give you no second chances.
You'd be surprised.
Ricky and the Seckmen laid down one last stream of covering fire before they helped Brown up and peeled back. Hanging on to the speeding three-wheeler, Jack pointed his Heckler & Koch submachine gun into the open cabin and fired, angling it to take out the occupants in a continuous spray of 9mm parabellum jacketed bullets. Then Jack jumped, and the wag went hurtling away into a wall. Jack saw the parking area ahead, where Arikaria's wags were stashed at the side of the square building. It was fenced in, and there were just a few human slaves around it, some of them sporting bloody wounds. Jack reloaded his machine gun on the go, running for the fenced-in area, ascending the fence in 3 swift, gravity-defying strides. Saraband, Aldwych, and the other Whitecoats were already there in the parking lot, loading what they could into the retrofitted school bus and a Sprinter van. Squatting astride the fence up high, Jack earned the attention of the mob, and discovering the scrambling Whitecoats on the other side of the fence goaded the enslaved humans into furious action. Ricky and the Seckmen sprinted for the building's side door that led to the parking lot, hauling the flagging Seckman Brown with them. When they got there, they found 4 Seckmen guarding Saraband, Aldwych, and Trank as they loaded up the wags with what scientific equipment they could. Jack's silhouetted form was perched astride the high fencing, driving attackers back with gunfire as he sidled toward the closed gates. Aldwych turned as Ricky and the others ran up.
Oh my! Brown! Let's get you on the bus!
Brown did as instructed, while Saraband directed Ricky to the armor-plated Sprinter van.
This way, Mr. Morales. You're traveling with me.
What about Jack?
There's room for him on the bus.
Kai saw Ricky's confused frown.
We split our forces, we got a better chance of survival. Files with me.
Got it, babe.
Kai slipped behind the wheel of the Sprinter van and started the engine, while Ricky, Saraband, and Files piled in the back. The others were clambering into the old school bus, its sides and roof armored, extra fuel carried on the roof in 4 great canisters. A Sec woman named Gibbons took the wheel and teased the engine to shuddering life.
All aboard!
DeMambro stood next to Gibbons, guarding the school bus's folding door, left open for Jack to get on board. And then they were off, as the attackers came charging out of the building into the parking lot behind them. Jack felt the fence gate begin to retract beneath him, and he knew now was the time. The attackers surged at the parting gates in a chaotic mass. It was hard to gauge numbers now in the darkness. Jack ran up on the top of the moving gate, balanced like a gymnast on a pommel horse. Within the wave of attackers, the headlights of a wag sprang to life as its engine revved, picking up speed as it shot toward the opening gates. Jack pulled his fully loaded Ruger GP100 and opened fire, sending .357 Magnum rounds into the side of the incoming pickup truck until finally finding its fuel tank. The vehicle went up in a blaze of light, throwing the swarming Muti army back and blasting the fence gate from its track, so that it teetered like a leaf in a breeze. Jack fell, but he did so with the grace of a cat, somehow landing on one foot and turning that landing into a run, barreling toward the open door of the school bus, just as it hurtled past him and into the swarming crowd. A hand reached out for Jack and grabbed him, wrist locking to wrist, dragging him into the safety of the wag as it accelerated out of the school grounds, knocking people aside. The air stank of ignited alka fuel, the burning corpse of a pickup truck like some pagan sacrifice in the parking lot, surrounded by the fallen figures of a dozen unlucky attackers. All around the wags, people and riders were dropping left and right, figures on fire, some of the people, more fearless or stupid, scrambling onto the hood of the Sprinter, only for Kai to juke and jag the wheel until they fell away. Leading the way, the Sprinter van swung left, bumping over the rough ground, followed closely behind by the school bus. The Sprinter collided with the last functioning Muti wag, swatting the ATV aside like an insect. Behind them, the deranged Mutis and their terrified army shook fists in frustration as the last of Arikaria's inhabitants made their escape. Outside of the old school grounds, the cracked and overgrown blacktop gave way to ruined road and wild vegetation, little more than a dirt track through the jungle. It was the next morning, and the wags were still on the road, carving a path through the hostile scrub, the rising sun at their backs. They'd pushed through the night, putting as much distance between themselves and the fallen Araucaria Institute as possible. Being able to breathe easier made the group on the school bus notice just how tired they all were.
You good, Gibbons? Say the word, I'll drive.
No, I got some more miles in me. Thanks to Mom, bro.
What the fuck was that?
Fucking scream wings!
Screamwing birds had been circling above the vehicle since sunrise, hopeful about catching new prey, always alert to anything that moved. One of the monstrous little lizard birds had swooped low to get a look at the occupants inside the armored wags, and got tangled in the grill of the school bus, showering the slit of a windshield with blood.
Can you see?
Oh, rat dust!
Gibbons eased her foot onto the brake and honked the horn to alert the group in the Sprinter van ahead. The two wags slowed to a halt in the middle of the road, 10 feet apart.
Gotta clear the damn windshield.
Jack had been dozing in a double seat a few rows back until he was startled awake by the untimely collision. He followed Gibbons and DeMambro outside.
God.
After pulling bits of the dead Screamwing from the bus's front grille, Gibbons clambered up onto the hood and began picking guts and blood off the narrow slit of windshield with a cloth, while DeMambro stood guard. The sick woman Files hopped from the lead wag and was heading over.
Everything okay?
No shit.
What happened?
Ask me again in an hour. Make it a week. Ugh. If we live that long.
Jack walked to the lead wag to see Ricky sitting at its open side door, looking queasy and taking in some air. Saraband sat behind him, engrossed in a journal of handwritten notes. Ricky brightened when he saw Jack.
That was some shooting last night, Jack.
I do what I do.
Jack had his usual air of tension, like he couldn't calm down. A hunting dog waiting to be let off the leash.
Need company?
We split the forces to offer the optimum distribution of protection.
No such thing. Either they get you or they don't.
You said the meaties got more organized. I don't think we realized how much more organized they got.
We get out a little more.
With that, Jack climbed into the wag beside Ricky. There was ample room in the Sprinter, and Jack wanted to keep an eye on the teenager. Jack knew that Ricky had been through a lot recently and was desperate to redeem himself. Jack figured that could be just as dangerous a state as the one that had led him to turn traitor on their allies in the time travel redoubt. Once the bus windshield had been cleared, they set off again over the brutal terrain, keeping close and taking it slow so that they didn't roll either wag. They made their way deeper into the wastes, headed toward the redoubt in Phoenix. Kai sat in the driver's seat, smiling.
Don't get to drive much. Never need to around the base.
You don't go outside?
Kai kept his eyes fixed on the rugged path they were following westwards.
And what we do, we don't go far. And we don't draw attention if we can avoid it, kid.
Makes sense. And I ain't no kid.
Kai glanced up at Ricky in the mirror, smiling.
Shave off that fluff you call a beard. Don't try so hard.
Ricky didn't know what to say to that, so he just smiled, sensing the good humor in the man's gentle ribbing. Files, the other sec woman on board, was one that Jack had seen around the compound on their most recent visit, but never interacted with until the night before. She noticed Jack staring at her.
You look deep in thought.
Didn't see you at Araucaria last time we came. Wonder where you from?
Last time?
He means when we fought with Bizarra and the Kill Islanders.
That was more than a year ago. I believe you were away at another facility, Files.
Mm-hmm. Desnev.
Where's that?
Not here.
Jack kept watching Files for a moment, taking in her very professional non-answer, before he turned back to checking over his weapons. You could never be too prepared in the Deathlands. The Araucaria group traced a path wide of Baltimore in their 2 armored wags, clocking up the miles. The roads were not roads. They were tracks and found alleyways through lands that switched from overgrown jungle to lifeless desert at a moment's notice. What had once been a journey of a few hours by road now took days, and at times it was more like carving a new trail in unforgiving country, rather than trying to follow one. They came across small habitations, villas consisting of just 2 or 3 extended families, but many of those villas had been crushed by the Muti diaspora, or by the work of Theda Bar and her demented death cult. Bar was gone, but the legacy of her cult had ravaged parts of what had been Maryland. On the 3rd day, Jack sat behind the wheel of the Sprinter van, taking his shift at driving. They had descended into what had once been Oregon Ridge Park, now a swampy marshland. Jack led the way along the most solid strip of land available, surrounded by bogs and high grasses. The school bus brought up the rear, carefully following Jack's lead through the muck.
Shit! Company!
What kind?
Shit company!
Jack knew it could only be muddies. A subset of the muties known as swampies, muddies were dwarf-like, and they attacked in swarms. Kai and Files moved close to the window slits, looking all around.
Which direction, Jack?
Front! No! Damn, they all over.
Jack wasn't wrong. To left and right, ahead and behind the 2 wags, the diminutive muties were emerging from beneath the bog that surrounded them and dropping from nests they'd set in the entwined branches of the trees above. They were primitive beast-like creatures, armed with spears and knives and clubs as they descended upon the vehicles in their midst.
Ah, shit!
Jack accelerated, but it was hard to get traction. The wheels kept slipping on the mud. Behind him, the heavier bus was making better work of it, too good in fact, and suddenly Jack realized what was about to happen.
All y'all brace! Gonna get hit!
The bus slammed into their rear, throwing the wag forward. Jack worked the wheel, fighting with it as the wag jumped forward and off the solid path in a spray of mud. Behind them, the bus slowed and turned left to try to give Jack room to maneuver. Jack was off the road now, his hands gripped tight on a steering wheel suddenly slick with sweat. His wheels kicked up more mud. Muddies leapt onto the hood of the wag, dancing in front of the windshield and obstructing Jack's view. Blinded, he ran the risk of hitting something, but he took the risk. Jack jammed his foot on the accelerator and sped up, while even more muddies came at them from all sides.
What do we do?
Hang on!
Jack slammed on the brakes and the muddies on the hood went careening away. He watched through the letter slot in the windshield as they tumbled to the ground, one slamming hard enough against a tree to knock him out. Jack smiled, though he felt no pleasure from the small victory. There were too many other enemies descending on them, seemingly from everywhere. The muties didn't come from one central location. They were the product of radiation levels across the whole of the globe. Muddies were just one such adaptation to the new environment, and they thrived in swampy conditions. Their attackers likely knew nothing of the Muti nation that was rising in the area known as the Shens. All they knew was survival, picking off what travelers passed through their terrain, scraping food from whatever they found. Human skulls turned into bowls for brain soup.
Stop the wag! We've lost the bus.
The Sec woman had a Ruger-style rifle in her hand, which she had been wearing on a strap across her back. She also had a Beretta located in the wrist holster she wore, activated by a flinch movement of her wrist tendons that would send the gun into her hand on a short retracting arm.
That's stoop. We open ourselves, we lose protection.
Kai was at the back window, rubbing his arm in a nervous gesture where his own wrist holster was located.
No, Jack. Kelly's right. They're gonna overwhelm them if we don't do something new quick. I got more than 30 out back. Maybe 40. 50. Shit.
Jack wrestled with the wheel, circling back on whatever existed of the path through the mud swamp, clenching his teeth as they careered over an incline. He didn't like it, but he could see the Sec team's point. The whole damn swamp was overrun with muddies, and worse, he thought he spied a larger figure, probably a swampy lurking out there in the background. Swampies were the full-sized cousins to muddies, and they were bastard hard to kill.
We've got explosives. Maybe set some off, make these assholes back off.
Hardly an intricate plan.
Well, they're hardly intricate assholes.
Jack juked and jagged, skimming so close to a tree that they heard it scrape along their left side. Ahead, there was a copse of trees, a small space under it amidst the tangle of vines, good cover from which to mount their defense. Jack accelerated, heading for it over the rough ground, tires spinning as they slipped on the worsening mud.
Stopping up here.
Their right side knocked against a sapling, and their left fender gave a glancing blow to a moss-covered boulder. Jack stood on the brakes, causing them to skid and slide to a sudden halt. And then they were in the copse. Having circled, they were now 30 feet from the bus, barely visible to them, just a dark silhouette in the mists of the radioactive swamp. The bus wasn't moving.
I'm going outside.
I'm going with you.
Ricky drew his MP5K, and Kai nodded silently, confirming he was with them also. Jack turned in his seat, drawing his Colt Python, and crouched down to cover the side door. Files drew it back on its rollers. The first thing that hit them was the stench. The swampland smelled like rotting vegetation, soup made from peelings and left to boil dry. The ground was spongy and wet, and when Ricky stepped onto it, he felt himself sink at least 1.5 inches, water oozing over the newly replaced toe caps of his boots.
Ugh. Shit. We'll get trapped in this mud pretty quick if we don't keep moving.
Then keep moving.
The sick woman ran, hefting a 6-inch square bag of explosives along with her rifle. Ricky and Kai followed, spreading out as they trudged over the boggy ground, hurrying toward the bus, which they figured must be stuck or stalled. Behind them, Jack drew the sliding side door halfway, enough to give him a good shooting arc and to allow him to draw it back again when his allies returned. Saraband leaned beside him, Jack's spare Colt in his hand. The 3-foot-tall muddies were converging, some coming across the ground, others emerging from the brown waters that wended their channels between the trees. Ricky guessed there were at least 50 of the freakish little muties, and despite their short legs, they were moving fast toward the bus. And back, moving more slowly and with determination, were several larger swampies. Ricky ran alongside Files and Kai, picking off any muddy who came too close as they cut a swift path toward the stalled bus.
What do we do?
Files blasted apart 2 muddies in quick succession.
Set charges. Move the wag.
But as they rounded on the bus, where gunfire was blazing from its open driver's side door, they saw that a sec man lay in the mud, blood across his face, his throat torn open.
I think they lost their driver.
Nuke shit. That's Ray Brown.
As they closed in, a hulking swampy, 7 brawny feet of slimy muscle was reaching into the door of the school bus. Bullets slapped against his impenetrable hide as he pulled out first one sec man, then another, tossing them over his broad shoulder as they tried to shoot him. The muddies engulfed the figures in an instant, and both sec men disappeared from view. The group knew they were witnessing the final seconds of the lives of DeMambro and Gibbons. DeMambro's body was ripped apart by the swarm of small muties. Everything below his belt buckle was wrenched away. Bloody spinal column suddenly exposed. His eyes were open, staring as he died. Beside him, face pressed into the mud, Gibbons was thrashing as she tried and failed to take another breath, her pistol clicking on empty as she drowned in the muck of the swamp floor. At the rear of the bus, more muddies were massing, trying to get into the back door exit, tearing at the covered windows with their strong arms. Trank, now at the wheel, desperately turned the key in the ignition, trying to get the sputtering engine to turn over. Files was crouching low, setting up a charge when the swampy and the muddies finally turned to attack the newcomers. As the first wave of the muddies came, Ricky glanced over his shoulder to the sec woman.
Files, are you ready?
She had the explosive charge out of its case and was in the process of affixing ignition wires.
Files, ready?
Almost.
Don't rush her, kid.
Ricky indicated the onrushing muddies.
Tell that to them.
Ricky raised his Heckler & Koch and let off a brief burst of fire into the air over the heads of the approaching muties. Warning shots. Too many enemies to X them all. They slowed, but only for a couple of seconds, wary but showing no fear. And then the muddies charged, wire like hair streaming behind them, spears and clubs and sharpened blades raised.
Down!
Ricky turned. A brilliant burst of fire erupted as the air imploded. 3 tall trees collapsed instantly, caught in the explosion. 5 others immediately catching light. Ricky was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, and Kai landed beside him.
What was in that thing?
Something Saraban cooked up. Napalm and gelignite.
Remind me never to piss him off.
All around them, the leaves of the trees and bushes burned. Behind them, the frontmost wave of muddies had been dropped by the blast like pieces on a toppled chessboard, and now they lay strewn across the ground, while their compatriots regrouped. A spear came hurtling toward Ricky and Kai, but it fell short by at least 8 feet. Up ahead, the bus engine finally started, and it began to reverse away from the jam it was in. Trank was at the wheel, Aldrich beside him with a gun, and a sec woman named Hopeton covering the open door with a bolt-action rifle. All around, the diminutive muties were closing in. Still prone, Ricky turned his submachine gun on the leadmost of the muddies and unleashed another burst of fire, sending a stream of bullets into the dirt at their feet and clipping a few in the legs. Beside Ricky, Kai had his pistol raised and was picking out targets. 3 muddies fell under 3 perfectly placed headshots, and for a moment, the muddies paused, a wave of uncertainty washing over them. Trank forced the vehicle from reverse into drive as it hurtled backwards in the mud. Then it leapt forward, weapons fire coming from the open driver's side as it bumped over the terrain. The muties hurled themselves at the converted school bus as it thrashed through their ranks. More muddies noticed the 3 humans on foot and began to advance on Ricky, Kai, and Files.
Cover me.
Files was up on her knees, readying another charge.
There's hundreds of them! Hundreds!
Run! Back to the WAG! Kelly, you hear me?
Setting her next explosive charge, Files didn't respond. Ricky glanced toward her to his left, then saw what happened next, almost as if it were in slow motion. As the bus sailed past behind her, one of those towering swampies, taller than a man and broad as a door, came barreling in at Files from the side, unseen by her. The swampy, naked, its body traced over with scars, swung at Files with one long arm, swiping at her helmeted head with his palm, almost as if launching a bowling ball. The palm struck her face, shattering the visor on her helmet and breaking her jaw as the sick woman was thrown up into the air. She seemed to flip up and over herself before crashing back to the ground below.
Oh! Kelly, no!
The swampy stood over Kelly Files' unmoving body and glared at Ricky, yellow reptilian eyes meeting his, set in a face tinted greenish-brown in perfect natural camouflage. A sneering smile formed upon its chapped and broken lips.
Son of a...
She's muty food now, kid. We have to keep going. Yeah.
As Ricky and Kai struggled to their feet in the slick mud, the swampy came charging at them both from 15 feet away.
Go!
Ricky raised his submachine gun and squeezed the trigger, letting it spit a dozen slugs at the approaching mutie. The bullets struck, but they rebounded off the mutie's thick hide.
Shit!
Ricky ran, trying to keep his knees high so that he wouldn't be dragged under the bog. Up ahead, the Sprinter van was waiting among the trees, its side door wide open, engine idling. The swampy was keeping pace, and even a second brutish swampy had joined it, running in parallel to try to intercept the humans before they could reach the WAG. Ricky and Kai fired, sending controlled bursts of bullets at their foes, forcing them to keep their distance. Suddenly, the bus reappeared from cover and slammed the swampy down, taking out a dozen other muddies as Phil Trank aimed the vehicle like a battering ram. But the second swampy danced free, the bus missing him by no more than 2 feet, walloping after Ricky and Kai as they closed in on the waiting WAG. A shot fired from the van, and to Ricky's surprise, and also that of the male swampy, a bullet drilled square into the swampy's left testicle, bursting it in a shower of viscous ooze. The swampy staggered, slowed for a moment as its hands went to its ruined groin. It wasn't dead, not even close, but it was in shock. Up ahead of them, Ricky could see Jack crouched at the open door of the WAG, Colt Python in hand. It was he who had delivered that single devastating shot. One lone .357 Magnum bullet. An instant later, first Kai and then Ricky were back in the wag, while Jack fired off another shot and slammed the sliding door closed. Professor Saraband goosed the accelerator into action, tires spinning on the uneven surface of the boggy ground. And with a cloud of exhaust, they leapt over the ground, out of the copse, and crashed through a line of waist-high bushes as they reached a more stable path. Beside it, the bus came into line, keeping pace, using its momentum and weight to knock aside muties and saplings as they cut a path out of the way.
Fuck! We lost Fios.
She was a good soldier. I'll mourn her later.
The convoy crashed out of the bog, fissures spitting mist all around them, out of the old park, and following ancient road signs that led back to an old and disused highway that could at least serve to support the weight of the wags. Saraband drove like a maniac, completely the opposite of his persona at Oricaria. There, he had been a measured man who considered each decision, sometimes each utterance before he committed to it. But behind the wheel, he took risks allied with speed and took no notice of the blur passing by to either side of him, his eyes set on the target. Trank followed in the school bus, open to the wind, where the door had been torn off. As sunset crested the horizon, they put the park far behind them, passed through the dilapidated and abandoned remains of an old town whose name had been lost to history, and circled around toward the more familiar expanse of fields and housing that was Phoenix. When they reached the feeder road that had once led to the redoubt, its old blacktop ruined with vegetation, Saraband turned the wheel and they bumped across the open fields as he angled them toward the redoubt itself. The bus slowed, taking a wider circle. Before the entrance came into view, Jack leaned forward in his seat behind Saraband.
Wait here.
What is it?
Need to make sure it's clear. We booby-trapped it before we left to stop anyone coming in. But you never know.
Haha, how wise.
So the wags pulled to a halt outside the redoubt, and while Saraband, Trank, and the others watched, Ricky and Jack entered to deal with the hidden traps they had left to protect the underground facility. As they waited, Saraband turned to look at Kai.
I'm sorry about Kelly. We should have planned it better.
You know my wife. If she wasn't taking risks, she wasn't alive. I always knew it'd catch up with her. I imagine she did too.
Saraband nodded. Their two companions didn't know that Kai and Files were married. They didn't need to know. Some things were personal. And maybe the life that the Deathlands handed people made them treasure those things even more. A little oasis of humanity amid a world of mutations. Under the harsh artificial lighting of the redoubt lobby chamber, the state of the wags was made evident. One side of the Sprinter van had been badly scraped and dented, while the right-hand door had a circular depression in it, damage that rendered the door inoperative. Kai took a few minutes checking the underside of the Sprinter, before confirming that it was also leaking oil.
It's a slow leak. I can patch it if we find something to seal the hole.
Once Jack and Ricky had disarmed their traps and parted the outer doors of the redoubt, the wags had been rolled inside one at a time, turning the lobby chamber into a garage of sorts.
What about the oil?
They should have something here that we can use. There must be a garage workshop on one of the lower levels. That's the usual pattern with these old military redoubts.
The revelation, such as it was, disturbed Ricky and Jack. As Ryan Carter's companions, they believed themselves to have exclusive knowledge of and access to the scattered redoubts within the former United States. But of course, Eden Long had known about this redoubt, and she was a part of Oricaria. There was no reason to think she would have kept that information secret from her fellow Whitecoats. If the Sprinter van looked like it had been through a demolition derby, it was nothing compared to the school bus. One side was badly caved in, a tire was flat in back, and the accordion door had been completely caved in so that the mechanism no longer functioned.
We can fix this. These old wags were built to last.
Best get to it then.
Saraband was keen to get moving deeper into the redoubt to view the machinery that they had come there for. The other whitecoat, Aldwych, was standing at the rear of the ruined bus.
Edward, are you coming?
No, Alexander. Everything must be catalogued first. Some of my experiments didn't survive transit. Yours either. Just if one of us had a comprehensive idea of what we have left.
Yeah, I understand.
Leaving Kyant Trank to figure out the repairs and Aldwych to take stock, Jack and Ricky accompanied Professor Saraband and the sec woman named Hopeton deeper into the redoubt. They passed through the inner doors into the lengthy corridor, headed for the Chronos control room and the time machinery within. Hopeton shook off her helmet, revealing a trail of dyed red hair that was shaved on one side, leaving a weaved braid over her left ear and crimson dreadlocks down her back.
Looks like someone fought a war down here.
I was going to say the same myself.
We did.
Muties. A shit ton of the freaks. Killed them all.
Muties are a strange group. Different genus strains, but each broadly extrapolated from humans, or so it appears. I've never studied one up close. Their mutations have rendered many of them almost animalistic in their nature, and yet there is a wide variety in the intelligence and reasoning each group displays. They seem to be an evolutionary quirk, though they make sense within their particular environment. What is it that makes a person able to envision the future, for instance, in the case of the Doomy? And is that the same as the mutation that developed those damned dwarf swampies who we encountered?
You call them muddies.
Saraband raised his brows in surprise.
Do you? Is that what you call them out here, Mr. Lauren? Do others employ the same term, do you know?
In Jack's experience, whitecoats loved the sound of their own voices, but they did eventually shut up if you gave them enough time to exhaust themselves.
In here.
They had reached the Operation Chronos control room, with its banks of computers and its central podium located before the armor-glass-walled time-trans chamber.
The fighting made it all the way here.
Can you get our friends back?
Beside Ricky, Hopeton took up a seat and began reloading her depleted weapon, a Beretta pistol that slipped into the wrist holster she wore. She had that wide-eyed look of a woman who was too tired to even notice where she was anymore. Saraband paced over to the central control podium and flicked on the display, working the keys and considering the responses he received.
It certainly appears to be operational.
I did what I could. Bad wiring. Some burnt-out parts needed replacing.
Saraband smiled, admiring Ricky in a whole new light.
I was not aware you were a technician as well as a gunslinger, Ricardo.
I fix things because I like to, just like my uncle. I don't shoot people out of choice, only out of necessity.
Good man.
Professor Alexander Saraband continued his assessments, and shortly after, he was joined by Aldwych and Trank, who provided much-needed backup, support, and occasional leaps of intuition based on the data they compiled. While everyone took turns repairing the wags, the Whitecoats spent several days familiarizing themselves with the notes that Eden and her husband had left, running computer model tests and otherwise ensuring all the equipment was intact and fit for purpose. On the third day, Saraband was running a redundant computer model once more, out of an abundance of caution.
I don't want to draw Eden and your friends back, only to have the time trans fail.
What would happen if it failed?
Sitting at a different console, Phil Trank shook his head.
Bad things. Very bad things. Your friends could be physically shredded, or broken across time, or even multiplied in such a way that their integrity in this time period would be unstable. And that instability could be fatal not just to them, but to the world as a whole.
Time travel can blow up the world?
Aldwych peered up from the handwritten notes he was annotating.
It could. We wouldn't be aware of it, but we speculate it would likely split a new timeline away from the original, such that the fatal occurrence only happened in certain time streams.
Maybe we're in the other stream.
Would you want to risk that?
Ricky looked perplexed.
The question's rhetorical. We won't risk it, and you shouldn't either. You've risked quite enough already, I think.
Ricky looked up from where he was perched on one of the desks in the control room.
That's Jack. Trouble.
Ricky rushed from the room, drawing his Webley pistol from his side holster.
Hey kid, we got company.
Ricky had joined Kai, Hopton, and Jack close to the redoubt entrance, where the cool morning air played across their skin as its chill fingers reached inside. Jack was crouched down very near to the outer doors, while Kai hung back just a little, a scoped Barrett M95 in his hands. A lucky find from one of the lockup rooms of the redoubt. Hopton was leaning against the hood of the Sprinter van, faced outwards in case they needed to make a swift escape. She held a Colt submachine gun, a weapon which, like her companion had done, she'd found in the stores here. It was almost 30 inches long, making it well suited for field work, but a chore to use in enclosed spaces. Outside, across the entry plaza, trekking across the fields, was a group of stickies. There had been a mutie camp here a little over a year earlier, one that had been abandoned after Ricky and Jack had crossed paths with a taint shaman who had taken them into slavery.
Jack, what are they doing?
Just looking. If they don't bother us, we good. They do, we gotta fight.
Crazy rat bastards.
The four of them watched as the half-dozen figures moved through the field, plucking at things that had become buried there in the churned-up dirt. It dawned on Ricky that their tire tracks were obvious where they had crossed the field 3 days before, like a big arrow pointing straight to the semi-buried redoubt. But he told himself he was being paranoid. Stickies weren't interested in humans, not normally. Only the monstrous and her shaman brother really cared about humans and about destroying them, as did all the loyal maniacs they had gathered around themselves. Other muties only attacked if they felt threatened or hungry. Even so, Ricky clutched his pistol a little tighter, waiting. As they came a little closer, the humans saw something that sickened them. There were 5 stickies, all of them male, naked but for loincloths, their bodies covered in the welt-like suckers that gave them their name. But the 6th figure was human, a woman with dark, greasy hair that fell over her exposed breasts. Dressed in a loincloth like the male stickies, slapped and dragged by her hair whenever she slowed or wandered too far away from them. She had no shoes, and her exposed skin was red raw in places, wherever the stickies had touched her.
We have to do something for her.
Can't save everyone.
Jack wanted to help the woman too, he just wasn't sure how.
4 of us. Fair odds.
We don't want trouble.
The group of 6 continued to work their way across the field, methodically searching for treasure, or whatever constituted treasure to a sticky. One sticky gave the woman a hard shove, and she fell to the ground.
Bastards.
Hopton had her submachine gun ready. Her finger rested on the trigger guard. Ricky suddenly realized this last sound hadn't come from the stickies, but rather from overhead. He looked up, as did the figures in the field, and spotted the scream wings that had been circling suddenly begin to descend, their wings folded back to streamline them as they went on the attack. Scream wings were small birds who hunted in packs. Their bodies were just 6 inches in length, but they had an impressive wingspan of 2 feet, and those wings were tipped with sharp talons. Their bodies ended in long whip-like tails that added to their excellent precision when diving on a target. Screamwings preferred to dine on flesh. The stickies hooted to one another in heightened panic, realizing that they had managed to leave themselves exposed to this attack and now had nowhere to hide. Even so, they ran, scrambling in multiple directions, one of them grabbing the slave woman roughly by her elbow. The suction cup-like appendages on their hand caused her to cry out in sudden pain. The screamwings attacked en masse, and 2 of the stickies dropped to the ground, rolling themselves into balls as the screamwings tore strips from their flesh in a swift swoop, snatch, and retreat maneuver. Another sticky fell as 2 screamwings fluttered around his face, pecking at his eyes, ripping a long strain of flesh from his bottom lip, until it finally pulled away with a bloody snap. There had to be 50 or 60 birds in the flock, descending like a dark cloud. Stickies fell, while others fought back, thrashing at the carnivorous birds with fists and feet, one using a bone to swipe at them. Amidst it all, the woman's slave was running almost in circles, trying to avoid this bird and then that one, as a scream wing tore a hunk of flesh from her exposed shoulder. She was facing the entrance to the redoubt, its opening a dark mass of shadows.
Hey! In here!
Kai glared at Ricky, but Jack remained calm as the woman looked all around, searching for that voice.
In here!
You planning to get us all chilled, Ricky?
Hunt me after.
Ricky strode forward, exposing himself to the sunlight so the woman could see him. Her eyes met his, and she saw Jack's pale form crouching there in the shadows, and the two Sekmen behind. A hint of a smile crossed her lips, hope, and died a moment after as a scream wing swooped at her and tangled itself in her hair, before ripping at the skin of her skull. Ricky held his Webley pistol up, steadying his grip with his left hand under his forearm, pacing forward, out, and into the field as the stickies were savaged by the swarming birds. He fired, and again. The bird in the woman's hair dropped away, dead. Ricky took a step toward her, his gun still up, glancing momentarily at the sky.
Come on, quickly!
The woman ran, keeping her head low as she charged the 25 feet to the redoubt entrance. When she reached it, she seemed to trip, covering the last 3 feet on hands and knees as the scream wings circled overhead. Two of the vicious birds followed her inside, and Kai and Jack shot them out of the air as they crossed the threshold, dropping them dead.
You okay?
Ricky leaned down and grabbed one of the woman's hands with his own, wrist touching wrist. She whimpered as he touched her, the sores on her arms a never-ending source of pain.
Come inside. The birds won't follow.
Her eyes met his, brilliant blue and a face streaked with dirt and marred by welts where stickies had pawed at it.
Them?
Ricky watched as she flinched, looking back to the open doorway. He looked up and saw the stickies were faring badly against the scream wings, 3 of the 5 no longer moving, while the 4th and 5th were surrounded, struggling with less and less vigor to fend off their relentless attackers.
I don't think they'll follow either. If they do, we'll chill them.
She continued looking at him with plaintive eyes as he pulled her to her feet. They hurried deeper into the redoubt, while outside the massacre of the stickies by the flocking birds played out. Muties torn to shreds as they lay there in terror, alive but bird food now, no longer able to fight back. It was a hell of a way to go.
Why here?
The woman was walking with Ricky along the long corridor that ran the length of the redoubt.
What, us? Why are we here, you mean?
She nodded. She was trembling with fear.
We have something we have to do here. You just happen along.
You help me?
You need medical attention. I'm Ricky.
Ricky.
You? You have a name, right?
She nodded, but she didn't tell him. Sometimes fear was like that, Ricky knew. Sometimes it made you unable to trust anyone, or even to speak. He wouldn't press her on it. He wondered if Hopeton would have been better with her, woman to woman, but this unnamed lady seemed to trust him now. They found a med bay, and Ricky did what he could to help patch up the worst of the mystery woman's wounds. She had cuts and snags all over. Her skin was a mess of open sores where both stickies and then the scream wings had gone at her. She flinched every time Ricky came close or tried to place a dressing on a bleeding wound.
I won't hurt you. It might be sore, but I'm not going to do anything.
She watched him with those brilliant blue orbs. Ricky guessed that she was maybe 30 years old, which meant she had probably had another life before falling in with these terrible muties.
You have a family?
She didn't answer. She just watched him. As he dressed a cut on her knee from where she'd fallen into the redoubt entrance, Ricky couldn't help noticing the scrapes and sores along the inside of her thighs. It was obvious what the stickies had done to her, what they had kept her captive for. Ricky didn't want to think about it. His sister had been a slave for a long time. When he had found her, There were some questions he had been unable to ask.
You should find some clothes. You must be cold.
Everything's hot.
Infected, Ricky realized. That's what happened with open wounds. They got infected.
I wish Mildred was here.
As the companion's resident medic, Mildred would have known what to do. Once again, Ricky was reminded of just how much he had screwed everything up. How many regrets he was being weighed down by. Saving one woman's life didn't make up for it. Nothing did. He left the woman after pointing out a few possible sources for clothing, telling her not to stray beyond this level. He made his way to the time troll control room where he found Professors Saraband Aldwych and Technician Phil Trank hard at work on a series of calculations.
How are things looking, professors?
With eyes that see and a mind that inquires.
He didn't look up from the notes he was making.
Does that mean progress?
Forward motion is progress. Whether it's in the right direction, well, that's the real sticking point. But I can tell you this much, Ricardo. Ivan and Eden were onto something fascinating when they came up with the theory of chronospores. It is our belief that these hold the key to success in our endeavor.
How?
Professors Long theorized that chronospores were generated by any time traveler, that they existed inside a person's body in a similar way to how one might develop muscle mass through exercise. Travel, however, leaves a trail, and a trail can be traced, can it not?
I guess. Jack's the best tracker I know.
Unfortunately, it's not that kind of tracking. It would be more like fishing for metal with a magnet. You throw your magnet on a line into the pool, and it draws the target, in our case, our friends, to it. Do you understand?
I think so.
Now, what I'll need to do is...
Saraband stopped, and Ricky realized he was looking past him, over his shoulder. Ricky turned and saw the nameless woman was standing just outside the open doorway to the room. She had found an oversized army jacket on which she had rolled up the sleeves, and loose shorts which she had cinched around her waist with a cord. You guessed she wore things loose to avoid too much of the material scraping against her open sores.
Who?
It's okay. She's... someone we rescued.
Saraband's eyebrows rose.
I see. You ran into an altercation of some kind, then?
Ricky nodded.
And this young lady is...
Not firmly established.
He turned to the woman and ushered her out of the room.
Hey, let's go.
Did you hear that?
Which part?
What the young man said. Not firmly established. He's thinking like a scientist.
Camouflage.
Phil Trank looked up from a circuit board that he was soldering new connectors to.
Taking on the external traits of whatever surrounds you for protection.
Could be.
The days passed. Sometimes they saw people crossing on the ruined highways near to the redoubt, lone figures or families, but never more than 2 horse-drawn wags, just people on the move, lives upset by one tragedy or another. They saw muties too, but only occasionally, and always very distant. Taking turns to keep watch, it was Ricky who spotted a chariot trundling past on the distant path. It was pulled by a team of 6 humans in rags, while a woman stood in its cab, lashing them with a whip. The mystery woman, the one they had saved from the Stickies and the Scream Wing attack, shadowed Ricky a lot, but always keeping a distance. He would often turn around, sensing her presence, and find her standing 8 feet away, hugging close to the shadows cast by a wall within the redoubt, watching him with her brilliant blue eyes. On more than one occasion, Ricky asked her name, but the woman refused. She just smiled, displaying good teeth, despite all that she had been through. The 8 occupants of the redoubt would eat together if they could, although Saraband and Aldwych were both dedicated workers, and they often skipped these meals or ate at their desks. Phil Trank was more sociable, and he explained his role to Ricky over one such meal.
I work the technical side, getting computers to do whatever the professors need them to do, rerouting data pathways to get the cleanest possible results.
So you're not a white coat?
We're all white coats. Just different kinds.
I don't understand.
Jack leaned over and jabbed a pale white finger at Trank.
He loads the ammo.
Then Jack pointed to the room where the two professors were working.
They fired a blaster.
Oh, okay. Now it makes sense.
You sure know how to cut through the bullshit, Jack.
Bullshit!
On the 9th day, everyone was feeling weary and bored.
Eureka!
Saraban's voice carried from down the corridor. Ricky and Jack came running, along with the nameless woman, while Hopeton remained at her post at the redoubt doors.
What is it, Professor? Professors? We heard you shouting.
Y'all okay?
They could see the broad smile on Saraban's face.
Eureka! Eureka, I say! Eureka is what Archimedes said when he discovered the principle of displacement on stepping into his bath. Or was it out of his bath?
What you mean?
It means I found it. I think, anyway.
Found what, Professor?
How to track Eden and your friends. The chronospores act as our trails, like a climber's rope. And now that I've tracked them, all we need to do is, well, tug them back.
Ricky and Jack looked at the professor dumbfounded, while the unnamed woman smiled brightly.
Eureka! Eureka!
Ricky looked at her and frowned.
Eureka?
The woman nodded.
Eureka!
I guess that's what we call you.
Good a name as any.
The discovery made, Saraband, Aldwych, and Trank set to work running the final calculations through the time trial mechanism and comparing variables. Neither Ricky nor Jack could quite believe it. The thought that they could retrieve Ryan, JB, Christie, and Eden from wherever they had time jumped had always been their hope. But neither had admitted to the other that they had deep-seated doubts as to whether it could actually be achieved. The woman newly christened Eureka just sat in a chair and rocked, watching as the whitecoats bustled about, checking this and that display, bringing the time technology back to life with renewed vigor.
You know, Jack, it makes sense, kind of. Doc said he was time-trolled, dragged out of his own time and drawn to some future point by whitecoats. And I guess this is how they did it, or a variation of that. Maybe not with this spore thing, but they pulled him out of 1896 the way we're gonna pull Ryan and JB and everyone out of wherever it is they landed.
Yeah.
Overhearing the conversation, Aldwych peered across to Ricky and explained.
We don't really know where they are, or rather, when. That's impossible to gauge from here. What we can detect are the multiple threads connecting your friends and ours to this starting point, as it were. Rewind the threads, and we can pull them back, we think.
Uh-huh. Risky?
There are always risks. We must balance them against the rewards. No one will die.
They do, you do. All of you.
I'll do my best, Jack. Eden is our friend, also. Don't forget.
Jack said nothing, and Aldwych went back to his task of firing up the hidden mechanics behind the time-trans chamber, while Saraband tapped something out on a keyboard he had wired up with the main podium, giving him two separate input streams so that he could bypass certain safety protocols built into the system.
We're live.
Confirmed.
Behind the whitecoats, Ricky, Jack, and Eureka watched cautiously as something came to life on the screen. A kind of rotating trapezoid within which was a second shape, and within that shape, another. A red light began to spin on the ceiling, informing them that the time trans was about to go live. For a moment, everyone held their breath. Maybe everyone in the world. That was how it felt. Through the tinted armor-glass walls of the chamber that dominated fully 1/4 of the room, they saw mists began to form, issuing from the vents inside. And then, within those mists, lightning flashed, playing like luminous spiderwebs in the air, striking the reinforced walls and glass of the chamber. Eureka took a step back, cowering behind Ricky.
What is it?
It's okay, I think.
The sequence hit its peak, and hidden fans worked overtime to clear the swirling mists within. For a moment, they could see nothing, just the fog inside the locked chamber churning like the angry ocean. Then gradually, fuzzy silhouettes showed in the mist like imperfect shadows, doubled over but rising. And as they rose, the familiar form of a tall man began to take shape. An old friend of Jack and Ricky's. Now. Ryan Cotter watched as the huge gates to Mville drew apart on their runners, powerfully built swampies dragging them back on colossal counterweights. Behind those gates, the monstrous, leader of Mville and her entourage, were striding regally along the main thoroughfare, met by the last few stragglers of the ville as they approached the cathedral where Ryan was poised. The stragglers there to pay respect to this hateful religion on this special day. Among the monstrous's entourage were the Taint Shaman, his bulbous form like a balloon beneath the swishing red curtain of his cloak, and the female named Balera, who acted as the monstrous's major domo, organizing the logistics of the ville, all of them accompanied by an honor guard of 4 sectmen, or sec-muties in truth. Ryan figured that the sec-muties were an honor guard because there were so few of them. The monstrous felt safe here in the heart of her barony. Ryan smiled grimly. That was her mistake. When you bring a lot of people to a single area, you make it easy for your enemies to sneak in with them. Trailing behind the monstrous's group, twitchy and disheveled, hunched into himself, was the emaciated figure of a doomsayer, a mutie with the gift to see the future. Ryan had never seen him before, but he guessed what he was from the wide-eyed expression on his face. A doomie could be problematic. They could rat Ryan out before he took his shot, which meant he needed to be quick now. Ryan leaned into the Steyr scout, pressing his eye to the rifle's scope and lining up the doomie in his crosshairs. He waited, holding the focus steady, leading in front of the doomsayer. He won't see this coming. Then, on the last of the exhale, Ryan squeezed the trigger, just as the mutie's expression changed to realization, and he began to open his mouth. In the scope, the doomie's head exploded in a bloom of red mist, and the mutie man dropped to his knees, effectively decapitated. The shock of realization ran through the group at the gates. Ryan switched his aim, moving the rifle just slightly to line up his next target. The Taint Shaman was a fat figure, part scaly, part sticky, his head devoid of hair, skin like reptile hide but covered with bud-like suckers. He held a chalk tablet with him, and upon it was drawn a double helix, the sign of the D, the N, and the A.
What has happened? The doomie?
Ryan had the ugly bastard's head framed in his crosshairs, felt the revulsion at the mutie's maddened look as he shouted to his guards, wondering what had just happened, not yet sure it had been a bullet. No one fully understood doomies. It was plausible that the mutie had had a vision so powerful that it had cracked his head in two.
The holy priest looked upon the earth, and what he saw was...
Trying to quell the rising panic, the shaman began to spout familiar exhortations.
Not a thing he could see to speak of the...
Ryan drew his next breath, held it. Never hurry, never rush, he chided himself in his mind, then breathed out, squeezing the trigger again. The Taint Shaman's head exploded like a grape, his chubby arms reaching up wildly for his ruined head as the life ebbed out of him, and he sank down in his own pooling blood.
Good to have you back, Ryan.
Jack was perched below Cotter as his lookout. Like any other sniper team, they worked in pairs, a spotter and a gunman. Jack was Ryan's spotter, and also his protection for when things turned to hell. Still looking through the gun sights, Ryan turned his rifle toward the monstress, framing her ugly face in his crosshairs. She was a scaly, tough skin like a gator's, and tinged green like a gator too. She wore a ball gown, its front plunged low to display the line of metal studs she wore between her breasts. The hooped hem of the gown puffed wide where it skirted across the rough ground, making it appear as if she were gliding. She liked finery, Ryan saw, reveled in it. But she'd go down with a bullet, just like her half-brother and the Doomy before her. Ryan drew breath, conscious of the mounting chaos down below. The accusations of an attacker perched somewhere nearby, maybe up on higher ground. He put that out of his mind. 2 more seconds, bitch. His finger was wrapped over the familiar curve of the Styre's trigger when... He dropped sideways as something ignited in his brain. His shot went wild, missing its target entirely, drilling in the side of one of the Ville's gates.
Ryan?
Ryan keeled over, clinging to the rifle, aware of the huge drop should he roll too far to the edge of his perch. Something was inside his head, some mutie plucking at his mind like it was plucking strings on a harp, each touch like a soldering iron being rammed into his skull. He had taken out the Doomy, but he hadn't been quick enough to counter whatever telepathic defenses the muties had set up here. Jack looked up at Ryan, concern on his pale features.
Ryan, what is it?
The fire-blasted thing inside my head.
Ryan was hugging the Styre Scout against his body so that he didn't drop it, almost in a fetal position now as the pain tore through his head.
Telepath, Jack. Jack. Telepath.
Stay here.
Ryan tried to reply, but his head felt as if it were on fire.
Yeah.
Jack scrambled to his perch in the eaves of the cathedral 10 feet from Ryan, leaned down, and scanned the figures below. 5,000 muties, and he needed to find one lone telepath. Jack's Colt Python revolver was in his hand, swinging left and right as he sought this single target in the masses. It was an impossible task.
Oh, fuck it.
He just began firing shot after shot, planting seeds of chaos in the congregation. Suddenly, the people below began panicking, unsure where the shooter was or even what was going on, tripping over one another. Jack figured the chaos might distract the telepath anyway, and maybe he'd get lucky with a shot. He reloaded. Down below, the frantic congregation ran for cover, the crowd seeming to boil as they stumbled over each other in panic. All save one figure that remained motionless in apparent concentration as the congregation teamed around it. A female telepathic mutie was focusing her formidable powers on Ryan Cotter as he writhed in agony at the very apex of the cathedral. She looked surprisingly tall and almost human, only her pale eyes really marked her out as anything unusual. That and her incredible stillness of being. Ryan Cotter was proving hard for her to reach. Her powers had to keep seeking him out, especially because she couldn't see him. But still, she jabbed at Ryan like a hornet, stinging over and over, with debilitating mental barbs.
You vermin, send you to your grave!
Behind her, a hooded figure approached unnoticed through the crowd, drawing a straight line toward her as the rest of the congregation scrambled in all directions, picking her out because she was so still, so focused on her task. On his perch, Ryan rolled dangerously close to the edge. All thought of the monstress had left his mind, all his plans replaced with the sheer agony of hot knives being driven into his mind, causing his memories to come flooding to the forefront of his thoughts, recalling his insane brother Harvey stabbing at his face with a knife that would take his eye. He rolled over, the edge of the parapet ever closer. Down below, Jack's shots from above rained down, sending the assembled muties into a panic as they dashed for cover. The telepath was fully focused on Ryan when the cloaked stranger reached her, drawing a reproduction Lamar percussion pistol from beneath the handsomely tailored midnight blue frock coat he wore. She turned at just the very last second at the sound of 2 triggers drawn back. By then, it was too late. Her head, exceptional as it was with the powers it contained, was suddenly blown apart in a gruesome mess of brains and bone as the twin barrels, one firing a .44 caliber lead slug, the other akin to a shotgun barrel armed with a single 18-gauge wad of shot, delivered their deadly discharge. The telepath dropped, while the cloaked figure stood over her ruined body. Her pale eyes stared up into infinity. The scarecrow-thin figure drew back his hood, revealing a mass of white hair on his aging head.
Safety in numbers, you see. Finding a foe here is like trying to spot a needle in a haystack. You didn't even see me coming.
Doc Tanner had snuck into the congregation wearing a pilfered cloak and a kerchief over his mouth, drawing on some long-dormant thespian skills to convince those who gave him a second glance that he was a mutie like them, and hardly worth any special attention among the 5,000 attendees here on this special day. Maybe the swagger of his walking cane with its silver lion's head helped. Doc fired the Lama again into the back of the nearest passing mutie and smiled grimly as the sticky fell.
It's almost like I was never away.
Roughly 3 months before. The swirling mists within the time-trans chamber dissipated to reveal the familiar figure of Doc Tanner standing bewildered in its center. Bewildered and increasingly angry. He strode toward the door with his sword-stick cane in his hand and rapped the stick against it.
Let me out of here, immediately!
He was red-faced with rage. Behind Doc was a woman in her 30s, another familiar face, with coffee-dark skin and braided hair that she had tied back, wearing a green summer dress with a torn hem and some marks where it had become dirty, a bulging satchel worn with its strap across her body. This was Mildred Wyeth. Jack, Ricky, and the 3 Whitecoats, along with Eureka, all watched, as in contrast to Doc's angry ravings, Mildred drew a Smith & Wesson safety hammerless revolver from her bag and aimed it at the door.
Doc, stand aside. If these, whoever they are, don't let us out on the count of 3, I'll blast the lock.
The pistol in her hand looked brand shiny new. Doc stepped back, shaking with frustration, glancing out of the tinted armor-glass at the hidden figures who stood beyond. He was a tall man who appeared to be in his 70s, scarecrow-thin with a cloud of wild white hair atop his head, brilliant blue eyes, and remarkably good teeth in his lined old face. He wore a pristine white shirt, a frock coat in midnight blue that looked either new or freshly cleaned, dark pants and shiny boots, and as he turned, he revealed the holster he wore at his hip, which contained the Lama grapeshot revolver, a lethal twin-barreled hand cannon of a gun.
Did you hear her, you heartless bastards? You won't ensnare me again, you...
Open it.
It had been just 20 seconds since the 2 people had materialized amidst that swirling mist, and Saraband had frozen in place, unsure what to do. Aldwych and Trank were waiting for him to take the lead. Jack was calm as he spoke, and he paced toward the time transportation chamber until he was standing before the door.
Doc, Mildred, don't shoot.
Tanner blinked back the confusion and painful tears that bit at his eyes as he turned to see the figure standing there. Even through the glass's tint, Jack could see that the whites of Doc's eyes were red. Behind Doc, Mildred still had her American-made revolver leveled at the door, presenting a side profile to offer a narrower silhouette, making her a harder target.
Jack?
The door opened as Professor Saraband finally found the combination to release the lock. Doc hurried out of the chamber, while Mildred followed more warily, the revolver still held in the ready position.
Jack Lauren.
The expression on Doc's face flickered between confusion, relief, and anger, all 3 emotions vying for dominance.
Is that really you?
Uh-huh.
Doc turned away from Jack, scanning the control room, spotting the Whitecoats, Ricky, and the woman.
Professors and Ricky. Oh, my boy, you have some damnable explaining to do.
What is this?
What's happening?
Mildred still had the hammerless in her hand, lowered now, but remaining there as a warning. No one trusted anyone, not in this life they lived. The room's occupants all turned to Saraband at the podium and saw the whitecoat frown.
I am as confused as anyone. I believed that I was bringing back Eden and your friends. Your other friends.
What? Do you mean JB? Ryan? Christy? Mish? What did you do? It was you, wasn't it, Ricky?
Ricky was all too aware of the gun Mildred held in her hands.
No, I messed up, guys. I didn't mean...
Messed up?
Doc strode across the room toward Ricky, unholstering the lethal hand cannon he wore at his side.
You stupid, selfish bull's pizzle!
Mildred hurried after him.
Doc, wait.
But now Doc had his sidearm out, and he thrust it in Ricky's direction, pointed at the young man's breastbone. Behind Ricky, the woman now going by Eureka backed away. But Ricky just stood there, his hands open, knowing that he had nowhere he could run.
I was with my family. Eden did it. She got me home to them. To them. I had just saved my children from a fate I have contemplated in agony for years. And now, when I finally right that wrong, you tear me out of my time.
Doc?
I thought you were one of these inhuman whitecoats, performing another wicked experiment. Thought I was destined to relive the whole blasted experience I'd had in 1998 all over again.
Doc!
But instead, I find my own ally, one-time ally, traitorous, backstabbing ally, is the one who has pulled the damned strings. Make peace with your maker, Ricardo Morales.
Mildred stepped forward and grabbed Doc's gun arm, holding it, pulling his aim before he could shoot.
Doc!
What is it, Mildred?
Don't take that tone with me, old man.
Saraband and Aldwych had backed away from the control console and were now half inside the time-trance chamber, likely realizing the armor-glass there would protect them if anyone started shooting. Trank was just crouched down, hands up by his head as if to protect his skull.
What tone would you like me to take, then? Through his selfishness, this so-named friend has blown my chance to be with my family. Again.
You saw them. You saved them. We saved them.
Doc glared at Ricky, who remained standing by one of the computer banks at the rear of the room, his hands up in surrender.
And it was all taken from me.
Tanner turned the weapon back on his intended target, and Ricky suddenly found himself staring down both its formidable barrels from just 4 feet away.
Doc, listen to me. Ricky messed up. There's no denying that.
I did. I'm sorry. Really,
Shut up!
A week and a half ago, you told me a story, Doc. Do you remember? It was the story of the man who never made a mistake, and...
And it was a very short story.
And?
And one that was, regrettably, entirely fictional.
Doc eased his grip on his gun just a little, and then he lowered it. He realized he was breathing heavily.
Doc, Mildred, I really am sorry. I didn't realize what I was doing, sending you both through time the way I did. I wasn't thinking straight.
You don't owe Doc an apology for sending him home. You do owe me one. 1896 ain't no place for a 20th century girl. I can tell you that.
Sorry.
But maybe you do owe Doc an apology for bringing him back.
I can keep saying it, Doc, until you believe me. I don't expect you to forgive me.
Oh, I believe you. The other will take time, if it happens at all.
With practiced economy, Doc holstered his Lamar as the group of old friends stood facing one another in the confines of the room. Saraband and Aldwych exited their protective space by the armor-glass, checking that it was now safe.
It's safe.
While Eureka just watched the time travelers with open-mouthed awe. She had never seen people materialize from nothingness before. It was quite a sight to behold.
So, Doc, Bull's Pizzle?
Shakespeare, Henry IV, Part 1.
Was that the one with Kenneth Branagh in it?
There was catching up to do, and explanations, and some tears to be shed. First, Professor Saraband explained what it was he had been endeavoring to do, using the chronospores to trace the time travelers who had accessed this facility and effectively pull them back to their present time.
This is not my present time.
Or mine.
The group were sitting in a small conference room, devouring what scant rations they had rustled up. Time travel, it seemed, had made both Doc and Mildred ravenous. Saraband dipped his head apologetically.
We did not realize people had been sent to different locations, as it were, if we may view time as a series of locations.
I should have said. I didn't think it mattered.
We were all caught up in the moment. Furthermore, the technology is not ideal for this type of fishing, let's call it. I extrapolated from the data of Professors Long and performed a function this facility was never meant to execute.
We all did. It was not an easy thing to track.
You reversed a chronal jump. Were I not the subject of that reversal? No, even though I am, I must admit that is something most remarkable.
How was it, may I ask, traveling through time?
Doc and Mildred took a moment to frame their thoughts, and as they did so, Jack held up his hand.
There's something else. Mish is dead.
What?
No!
Mish Shakur had been their ally and road companion since they had left a Ville-named home. The last member of a group of survivalists who had hooked up with Ryan's team in a bid to achieve safety in numbers. The others had died, but Mish had bonded closely with Mildred.
How?
Muties strapped bomb to her. Go boom.
Like the suicide bombers we encountered a couple of weeks ago. Oh, a year and 3 months ago by your timescale. My goodness, this really will take some getting used to.
I can't believe Mish is gone. That girl was so hurt, so vulnerable.
Nah, she was tough.
On the outside, maybe. She told me and Christy once about what she'd been through. Cannibals and shit, held captive for years. She was just a kid. Ugh, it was a nightmare. When we're done here, I'd like to find those people and...
Mildred?
No, forget it. Whatever I say would be bad.
We made a memorial for her. Months ago. Nothing special.
Shed some weight.
We can show you if you like.
I'd like that.
For now, however, we should probably get back to work.
Aldwych nodded, but he turned his wild-eyed gaze on the two newcomers.
So tell me, Dr. Tanner, Dr. Wyeth, what was it like, traveling through time?
It's a strain, physically and mentally.
Doc looked thoughtful as he washed down the last of his rations with a cup of recycled filtrated water from the facility's supply. It was incredible to find these things still worked, a century after they had been built. But the redoubts had been designed for this very purpose, to allow people to survive for an extended period, self-sufficient in the worst of scenarios.
It came to me as a ring in the sky, just like that first time when I was time-trolled from my own era. When I saw that second eye open up, my heart sank.
We were in the street in Omaha. I saw it take you, Doc, and I just leapt to grab you and...
You would.
And then it had me too.
The eye of God.
Doc saw the confusion in the expressions of Aldwych and the others looking at him.
'Tis what my daughter once named it, upon seeing the opening rift in the sky above. Presumably when it was seeking a test subject before the accursed thing settled upon me. She said it was like an eye looking down from heaven. When you reached for me with your technology, professors, it was as if a second such eye opened up.
Appropriate, insomuch as eyes usually come in pairs.
Ha! That's precisely what I said to myself. It's not funny, really.
Are you able to send Doc back? Again?
Saraband looked uncomfortable with the question.
I tracked you using tachyons, chronospores. I can retrieve people, and you are both the living proof of that, but I don't know that I can safely guide another jump. Not accurately. We made a lot of adjustments to the machinery to make this work. I'm sorry.
So am I. So, what do we do now? Find Ryan? Find JB and Christy? Can that be done?
I am hoping to locate and retrieve them along with Professor Long.
Eden.
A most remarkable woman.
Eden Long had been the whitecoat who had managed to get the time trawl technology working to send Doc home. But she had also employed it to get herself, Ryan, JB, and Christy out of the redoubt when they were cornered, jumping into the future. Her plan had been to jump 1 year where they would meet again with Jack Lauren. But she and the others had never reappeared. "99 years in the future, the field outside the Phoenix Redoubt had been stripped of almost all of its vegetation. The redoubt itself had been built upon, a towering structure, cleverly disguised by powerful stealth technology, which housed a group of technocrats named the Millennial Consortium, whose pursuit of scientific knowledge was as relentless and inhumane as that of any whitecoat in the Deathlands era. The redoubt itself had been dubbed with another name, that of Site Zero, for its time trawl technology had been crucial in the establishment of both the consortium and its director's ultimate goal. However, now the Millennial Consortium building was on fire, great chunks of it crumbling away after a terrible onslaught by a muty beast who had only just been stopped. Thick smoke trailed into the sky like a beacon. The denizens of the building were evacuating, scurrying away in all directions on foot and in aircraft and land vehicles. The building itself was an impressive sight where its hidden stealth tech had failed. It now stood like some decaying skeleton, ravaged by the attacks it had endured, great hunks of masonry and glass tumbling away, as an ex-magistrate turned Cerberus adventurer named Kane and a time-displaced woman from the Deathlands era named Christy Roth watched from a nearby hill. Kane was a lean, muscular figure in his early 30s, with short dark hair and intense eyes. There was something of the wolf about his manner, all rangy limbs and watchfulness. Right now he wore a beat-up denim jacket over his shadow suit, a thin black body glove that possessed armor-like qualities.
They're coming now.
Kane's companion, Christy Roth, had brilliant long red hair that clung to her face with sweat, and tired ocean green eyes that spoke of the exhaustion that racked her athletic body. She wore a checkered shirt, jeans, and cowboy boots, the latter blue with silver falcons stitched up their sides, their heels adding to her already impressive height. She wore one other thing too, a Glock 18C pistol holstered at her right hip. Though she looked human, Christy had muty powers that manifested in her wild hair, which possessed motal qualities so that it appeared alive, as well as an occasional doomsaying talent. She also had the ability to channel the powers of the Earth goddess whom she named Gaia, tapping into a wellspring of force that granted her increased strength and endurance for just a few minutes at a time. When that time was over, Christy was left utterly exhausted, and she could become terribly vulnerable in those moments. This was one such moment. Christy had fought the gigantic muty that had attacked the Millennial Consortium building, killing it before tapping into a device Kane carried named an interphaser to escape the scene of destruction. The interphaser was a quantum inducer able to teleport users via a specific set of nodes, known as parallax points, across the globe. Less than 2 minutes earlier, the interphaser had spat out the two mismatched warriors here on a grassy ridge. Kane was waiting for their other allies to join them.
Will they take long?
Grant won't dawdle. I sent him and Rosie to find your friends, make sure everyone gets out safely.
Christy nodded, smiling.
Thank you.
It was a brilliant smile, lighting up her beautiful face despite her exhaustion. Kane once more marveled at Christy's likeness to his Cerberus teammate Baptiste, who had gone missing barely 2 weeks earlier. Christy watched as Kane studied the burning building, waiting for word of his allies through their connected radio communications which were embedded in their skulls.
Kane, you said your friend would be able to help us? Lakish, you said?
Yeah, Mohandas Lakish Singh. He's a genius. Knows a lot about the Matrans and related projects from your time.
Not my time. Those things predate me.
Well, anyway, he knows.
Christie didn't press the matter. She was too tired right then to do so. But a question was nagging in her mind. Say this Lakesh could send her and her companions home. Would they want to go? Whatever this place was, whatever this future, maybe it had the safe harbor that she and Ryan and JB had been searching for, seemingly all their adult lives. It may not be a paradise, she thought as she watched the ravaged building in the distance pluming with thick dark smoke, but it might just be better than the hell that she had left. It was in that moment that Christie spotted her trusted friends, Ryan and JB, along with Kane's allies, Grant, Rosalia, and her nameless dog, come hurrying across the field, emerging from the crowds of MC personnel who had suddenly been rendered homeless. Kane pointed.
There. You see them?
I'd know Ryan's walk anywhere.
Roughly 90 seconds later, Ryan, along with the other members of their combined groups, arrived at the ridge.
Any trouble?
Grant, a hulking figure wearing a long duster over his miraculous shadow suit, pressed a finger to his nose in what the two men called the 1% salute.
Nothing worth talking about.
Grant was an ex-Cobaltville magistrate like Kane, a kind of law enforcer who served as judge, jury, and executioner all in one. The two of them had become disillusioned with the system and had struck out on their own, becoming field agents for the Cerberus organization that was dedicated to protecting the world from threats that were both homegrown, like the Millennial Consortium, and increasingly, it seemed, otherworldly ones. Kane appreciated Grant's use of the 1% salute in this instance. It was a code between them that roughly acknowledged that things would go wrong if they could, and so to just take it in their stride. The third member of the Cerberus team was a striking woman with dark hair and olive skin. She rolled her eyes.
Enough with the love-in, magistrate man.
This was Rosalia, a recent addition to their group, and she was accompanied by a mongrel dog who appeared to have some coyote in his family line, and who sported the palest eyes Kane had ever seen on a hound. Rosalia was dressed in loose, summery clothes, including an ankle-length skirt, beneath which she wore several knives and a Beretta pistol. In her hands, she was wielding a Calico M60 subgun that she had acquired from the burning building stores.
Which one of us you talking to, Rosie?
Aw, it's cute when you try to be cute.
Beside the Cerberus rebels came two emigres from the Time Stream, Christie's fellow time travelers, Ryan Carter and J.B. Dix. Armed with his trusty 6-hour P226 pistol and his Steyr Scout rifle, Ryan, whose tall, muscular frame seemed to command attention, was Christie's lover, and he immediately stepped over to her when he saw the way she was slumped in the dirt. "Christie, you okay?"
I'm fine, lover. Just paying a little debt I owe to the goddess.
Ryan nodded, understanding. He had seen Christie channel the Gaia power more times than he cared to count. He knew it was a weapon in her arsenal like no other. Okay, that wasn't entirely true. Recently, the two of them had visited a sheltered isle where a whole community of women existed, whose purpose was the study and enhancement of this thing Christie termed the Gaia power. They used other names for it there, but whatever it was a kind of magic to Ryan's eye, but a magic that paled in comparison to the magic he and Christie shared by their companionship. The last member of the group, JB, clambered up the slope alertly, wincing as he put weight on his recently wounded leg. JB, full name John Barrymore Dix, was Ryan's oldest friend, and he served as the companion's armorer, a term he had acquired as a nickname due to his gifted expertise with firearms, explosives, and other weaponry. As his nickname implied, JB was armed to the teeth, and he wielded a mini Uzi as he joined the others. JB was shorter than Ryan and a few years older, and he was dressed in a jacket marked by its many voluminous pockets, as well as a satchel slung over his shoulder which contained ammunition, explosives, and other supplies he might need. JB wore a battered fedora on his head and had round-framed eyeglasses propped on the end of his nose, and like Ryan, he sported a few days of stubble on his chin. Their time in the Millennial Consortium building had not been easy. All of the group had been held as both prisoners and test subjects for the scientists there.
Well, I tell you something for nothing. I ain't sad to see that pest hole burn into the ground.
Agreed. None of us is. Lost a friend or two along the way, though.
Kane was thinking about the woman named Eden, whom he had met in the company of Ryan and his time-lost crew. Eden's dead. Killed herself.
Oh, Ryan. She was...
A white coat.
And our friend.
Ryan nodded, and he and his group bowed their heads for just a moment. Kane, Grant, and Rosalia doing likewise, as a mark of respect. And then, without any warning, something seemed to shift below the ground where Christy lay and Ryan stood. An expanding, pitch-black circle within which were more concentric circles to suggest some impossible depths, like some great gaping maw down to hell. Ryan grabbed for Christy, who lay at its epicenter, while the others stepped back, shocked and surprised at this strange turn of events.
What the fuck is that?
You said it.
Tired and shaken, the party watched as the weird, impossible image expanded beneath Christy and Ryan, constantly growing. It had the quality of an optical illusion, its dark depths scored through with ridges like the rings in a tree, a blackness at the center so dark as to be utterly impenetrable to the human eye.
What is it? Kaya?
No! I don't feel her. I don't feel anything. Nothing at all. Like I've been disconnected from nature.
Christy was shaken to her core.
Looks like an eye.
The rings within the eye, as Kane had named it, contracted, dragging Ryan and Christy down into it as if it were a hole in the ground. And then, from the edge of the circle, JB found himself dragged in by an almost magnetic pull.
Let dust!
Kane, Grant, Rosalia, and her dog were left watching from the sidelines as Ryan, Christy, and the armorer slipped into the unearthly hole.
Where are they going?
And why ain't we going with them?
For a moment, the incredible hole in the ground seemed to spin, and then it contracted to nothingness as if it had never been, leaving no trace of its passing. With its disappearance, the three Deathlanders were gone. Grant looked at the space where the hole, if it really was a hole, had been.
We all saw that, right? They disappeared.
Into thin air. Or solid ground, I guess.
Could be an interphaser. A type we've never seen.
Kane crouched down in the dirt, feeling for the hole.
Could be, partner. Let's scan the area and see what we can pick up.
And so the Cerberus team set to work, checking over the ridge where the eerie eye-like hole had appeared, and the ground below the bluff for any signs of tunnels or some other type of hidden system they had overlooked. However, despite checking the area for well over 2 hours, nothing new came to light. It seemed, for all intents and purposes, the Deathland's exiles had disappeared off the face of the earth, and in a sense, they had. But in another sense, they'd only moved under a quarter of a mile in space. However, they had moved 99 years backwards in time, to the Phoenix Redoubt, where the time trans chamber was firing up. The whole of the control room was lit red with warning beacons. Doc Tanner, Mildred, Jack, and Ricky, along with the 3 Whitecoats and the woman named Eureka, watched as the time trans chamber powered down. Standing there, inside the hexagonal chamber, behind a wall of armorglass, stood Ryan, JB, and lying at Ryan's feet, Christy. The 3 looked exhausted, covered in dirt and bloodstains, and sporting a few new scabs and grazes since Jack and company had last seen them.
Wait. What?
Ryan looked bewildered as he scanned the time trans chamber, his pistol held ready in hand. Behind him, JB had his Uzi pointed reflexively at the door, ready for whatever came next. Christie too had taken a defensive stance as best she could, crouching with her Glock 18C pistol held steady in a two-handed grip.
Ryan Corder, as I live and breathe.
Professor, open it. And Ricky, get back.
I'll wait outside.
Ricky paced to the door of the control room and stepped out into the wide corridor beyond, leaving the door open so that he could see what next transpired. Eureka followed him, a look of uncertainty on her face. Saraband was working the podium controls again, unlocking the secure door of the Time Trans as Aldwych and Trank checked the data feeds. Jack was concerned that if Ryan believed he had been trapped, that he and his friends would come out fighting. As the professor worked the controls, he shook his head.
But where's Eden? She should be here.
The door opened, and Ryan was out in a quick stride, pistol raised and surveying the room. Behind him, JB and Christie were peering through the tinted armor-glass, trying to make out the scattered figures on the other side. The first person Ryan saw was Jack, and he lowered his gun very slowly and frowned.
Jack, that you?
Yep.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
Ryan looked around then and saw Doc and Mildred and the others, everyone but Ricky. He paced over and held a hand out to Jack, who took it and gripped it tightly.
Jack, I knew you'd wait. We've been on one hell of a detour to get here.
Yeah, figured that. Took a while to find you.
Ryan was studying his friend in disbelief. Then he looked once more to the other occupants in the room.
Doc. Mildred.
Millie!
John!
Mildred ran across the room to meet JB as he exited the Time Trans chamber, throwing herself into his arms.
You're alive! You're alive!
Oh, hey, nothing gets past you, Dr. Wyeth.
He held her tightly, smelling her hair as a wave of emotion hit him.
So, you care to tell me why you're dressed up as a gaudy, or is this purely for my benefit?
John! It's a long story.
We all have a long story to tell. For our part, Mildred and myself spent 2 weeks in eternity.
2 weeks? About matches up.
Yeah, and 3 months here.
A year? Fire blast.
Before Ryan could let this sink in, he realized that Christie had not exited the chamber. She was still standing at its threshold.
Christie?
Ryan, there's something else. Someone else, I think.
Ryan and the others looked to where the beautiful redhead was indicating. There, pressed against the very back wall of the Time Trans chamber, was what appeared to be the partial remains of a corpse. Skin and bones blackened as though they had been burned, limbs only partially intact, as if it had rotted away.
What? Who is that?
The Whitecoats were looking at their instruments in confusion.
We called you all back here by following the trail of the chronospores. But I called 4 people and...
Eden.
Gaia. What happened to her?
Dead people don't time travel well. That's my guess.
She's dead? I mean, she will be? Was?
You're too late, Whitecoats. Should have dialed it back a few hours.
Saraband peered at the burnt corpse through the armor-glass, then peered at his control podium.
You're quite right, Mr. Corder. If I can lift Professor Long from an earlier moment before her death, then I could...
Don't do it.
Everyone in the room looked around to where Ricky now stood.
Ricky.
Ricky?
You can't change what's happened. Or maybe you can do it, but you shouldn't. It's happened, and it needs to stay happened. It's what Eden would want. What she'd expect.
I hardly think...
Saraband's words were cut off by Ryan as the broad-shouldered man strode past him toward their youngest ally. Ryan was wearing a murderous expression.
You!
Ryan, wait!
Ryan, stop!
Ricky stood like a deer caught in headlights.
Ryan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
I should chew you.
He was right up in Ricky's face, that lone eye glaring at the younger man.
No one would blame you, Ryan. I've had a year to think about this. More than a year.
Ryan, Ricky here made a terrible mistake.
Still holding Ricky, Ryan looked at Doc.
Yeah, he did. We spent weeks getting worse than chilled.
And I have spent the same trying to meet with and save my family. And both of those things happened because of Ricky's intervention. I am back, lost once more to my family. Temporarily, at least. But Ricky has apologized for his mistake. And while it may be hard to accept that apology, I think we must, each of us, ask ourselves if we would have performed any differently in his situation. I know I have moved heaven and earth, and will do so again to save my dear Emily and our children. Would you have changed time to save her had Christy died? Now, please, let our friend go.
Ryan swept the room with his gaze, saw the looks of uncertainty and concern in the faces there, before he turned back to Ricky. A few paces behind Ricky, backed against the wall of the corridor, stood Eureka, trembling with fear.
I got so turned around, Ryan. I wanted to die.
Yeah, I wanted that too.
But after a moment, Ryan lowered his pistol and let Ricky go.
Trader once told me that good partnerships are built on trust. But great ones are built on forgiveness.
Well, he didn't teach me that.
John!
Well, maybe I wasn't listening to his advice that day.
He still looked at Ricky warily, as did Christy. Trust was in short supply, and forgiveness was a commodity that was hard to quantify. But these 7 were allies. They were survivors who had defended one another and helped one another and saved one another's lives time after time. Whatever Ricky's shortcomings were, they would have to balance out with all the good he had done, and all the good he had yet to do. They had a funeral service for Eden, burying the blackened and desiccated remains of what they presumed to be her body out in the empty field that harbored the redoubt. Kai and Hopeton were introduced to Ryan and the other newcomers, while Eureka just watched sadly, unsure of who the woman was that they mourned.
It is a true tragedy to lose a mind so brilliant, a spirit so generous as Professor Long's.
I concur.
Her brilliance will be missed.
As they stood there, the heavens opened and rain began to drizzle, hot and black and pollutant rich, the kind of rain that could burn if it touched your eyes or got inside your mouth.
We should get back under cover.
As the group trudged across the field, JB pulled Ryan aside.
Say what you like about forgiveness. I don't trust Ricky anymore. That's twice he pulled shit that got us almost killed. That kid's still just as liable to stab us in the back when the nuke shit starts to fly.
That kid's a man now. Or hadn't you noticed? Jack said a year and, 3 months has passed since we left this place.
Something like that, yeah. So?
A year's a long time when you're 18. A person can do a lot of growing up in those 12 months.
Yeah, I guess. Don't let that new fluff on his face fool you none.
18 was a bastard long time ago for both of us. We've clocked up a lot of miles since.
That we have.
Give Ricky time. But keep an eye on him.
You don't really trust him either, do you?
I trust him more than I trust the Whitecoats.
Yeah, that ain't saying much.
They moved inside the redoubt doorway, out of the rain. The companions sat in a mess hall in the old redoubt. Mess was right. The place was stashed with some overspill of the stores, probably dumped there by Eden Long and her husband Ivan when they had first come here several years ago to test and research the Project Kronos equipment. Everyone had cleaned themselves up. They ate cold food scraped together from what rations remained in the redoubt. The place had been well stocked, but it had hosted Eden and Ivan, then later a party of muties who had doubtless raided its stores, then Jack and Ricky, and finally the current group. They ate in silence for a long time, everyone lost in his or her own thoughts. Christy was the first to finally break the silence.
Well, what do we do next?
Next? We've retrieved everyone that I'm aware of, everyone we can.
Maybe another.
Don't. Ain't worth tempting fate.
I believe what Christy is pondering is where we go from here. Time travel is an option, but it seems to be one beyond our current capabilities.
Too risky.
The Redoubt is equipped with a Mat-Trans. Mildred and I arrived almost 2 days ago. The first thing we did was check it over.
Once we'd all calmed down.
Quite. I can confirm that the Mat-Trans does appear to be operational.
These places seem pretty damn functional. No reason it wouldn't work if we have the energy source to power it.
Which we do. This redoubt has several working generators. I checked them over when we arrived.
Then we could jump. Get away from all of this, by hook or by crook.
And by luck of the draw, the Mat-Trans is unreliable. We wouldn't know where we were jumping to.
That's no different from any other jump.
Ryan met Doc's eye, then took in his other friends before focusing on Jack and Ricky.
All right. What's the other option? There is one, right? Pull the trigger, Jack.
Jack smiled, nodding.
Ain't shit gets past you, Ryan. Local problems, getting worse. Maybe something we do about it.
What's the problem?
You've been away for about 15 months.
Roughly a year and a quarter. Shit.
When you left, muties were rising up, working together, causing trouble for ordinary people.
Yeah. They were organized in a way we hadn't seen before. The closest thing I can recall to that was during the Mutie Wars.
God, what a fucking party that was.
In the time since you went away, the threat from Mutievilles expanded, both in numbers and reach. They have a religion. Jack and I were there for a while, and we saw how this Mutie worship was at the heart of things, motivating all these different strains of taints to work together, talking about humans like we were, I don't know, worthless, like farm animals to be chilled.
Fattened up for the slaughter.
Ricky, why did you and Jack go there?
Ricky rubbed the side of his face, clearly uncomfortable.
We got caught, right here in this redoubt. When you all time jumped, first Doc and Mildred, then you, Ryan, and JB, well, me and Jack stayed behind.
That was intentional.
JB!
Well, no point in putting lipstick on it now. A pig's still a pig.
I deserve it. I wouldn't have trusted me if I were you guys.
We were very rushed. There were no right choices, just compromises.
Anyway, Jack and me got took by the muties. Bastards enslaved us, used us like hunting dogs.
Gaia!
Took us to Anvil.
They had us building a temple there, I guess. Or maybe it's a cathedral? A great big church intended to draw muties from all around, spreading their message of hate.
A religion of hatred. Dreadful. How things can be twisted.
Yeah, twisted for sure.
What are you proposing?
I don't know. It's just... things are got worse. It's becoming unsafe to travel.
I can confirm that. We had a devil of a time getting here, and we were in armored wags. We lost several members of our security team.
Many members.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Ryan was clearly mulling over what Ricky and Jack had told him, considering his options.
Trader was my mentor. He told me that you should leave a place better than you found it. That's not always possible.
We have left a few craters here and there that confirm that.
But if this religion has a center, as you say, then there's a chance we can go there and dismantle it. Change the direction this shit is flowing.
He looked up at Ricky and Jack.
Is that what you were thinking?
Ricky nodded gravely.
They're taking slaves. We escaped, but we were lucky.
Ryan nodded. He knew Ricky's thoughts on slavery. It was a personal point for him because his sister had been abducted by slavers at a young age. A vast portion of Ricky's life to date had been focused on trying to locate and free her, which he had ultimately achieved with the help of Joe. As he considered this, Ryan was struck by just how important Joe had been to Ricky, and for the first time he felt that he truly appreciated just why Ricky had placed so much emphasis on traveling in time to save her from being executed. Joe wasn't just his first love. She was a symbol of the good Ricky could do, tied inextricably to the emancipation of his sister.
Ricky, I owe you an apology.
No, you don't. For what?
You pulled a bastard crazy stunt none of us were happy with. But I think I finally realized why.
Ryan, I was wrong.
There's plenty of wrong to go around.
Then Ryan addressed everyone in the mess hall, his trusted companions and the others who had joined them, Eureka and the Araucaria survivors.
All right. We have the skills between us to topple this regime and put an end to things. It won't happen right away, and it won't be easy. But it's something that needs to be done, isn't it?
Of course. Need you ask?
What Doc said.
The others were nodding their agreement, all except for the bespectacled armorer.
JB?
We never did do easy, did we? You and me, we have waded through more radioactive shit together than any two men should. You think I'm not gonna be right there with you when you go into the Viper's Pit this time? Black dust, Ryan. We've got a whole lot of trouble we need to bring down on this crazy muty setup.
Thank you.
He was recalling how JB, his oldest friend among the group, had planned to leave them when they had settled down in the ville that they had named home. The ville had been located very close to Mville, and its proximity had caused a conflict that had ultimately forced the companions to abandon it. JB hadn't revealed his intention to the others, only to Ryan. But Ryan knew that the Muty situation and all that had followed had been a wrinkle that was always on his friend's mind, inhibiting his choices. For a few moments, the companions sat in silence once more, considering the gravity of the decision they had just made. Traitor's words, as recited by Ryan, running around in their minds.
We'll need a plan. Meticulous. Jack, you and Ricky were at this cathedral?
Yeah.
You remember the setup? Draw it for me? Oh, who am I asking? Of course you can.
Grinning, Jack nodded, and in that moment, he looked like a mischievous devil who had clambered up from some hell. It was an appropriate look, perhaps, given what they intended to overthrow. The companions put together an oral dossier outlining what they knew about Mville and the cathedral on the rock. Jack and Ricky were able to provide the most recent intel, including speculative plans for how the cathedral likely looked now, even though they hadn't seen it in its completed state. Mildred and Ryan, who had both visited Mville about 5 months earlier in their relative time, added as much detail as they could.
There are 3 at the top of the tree.
Yeah, there's the scaly named the Monstrous.
I remember her.
Then the hybrid scaly sticky calling himself the Shaman or Taint Shaman. And there's this other one, I guess, named Balera. She's easy to miss.
Split Nose. I remember her, too.
She's human, Ryan. Jack figured it.
Everyone in the artificially lit bunker-like room turned to Jack for explanation.
Adriana. Her brother was...
Baron Avery.
Jack made a shooting pistol action with his empty hand, pointing it at Doc.
That's the one.
Rest Town.
Who is this Baron Avery?
He was the ruler of Rest Town, and he welcomed us there after we stumbled into his hunting grounds.
His ville used muties as slave labor, but our arrival was timed during a bloody uprising.
Hence the was.
The whole family died.
Saraband and the other whitecoats nodded.
It's easy to lose touch with the harsh realities of life when you are locked away in a fortress, even one that is dedicated to progress.
Will the daughter help us?
Adriana? No. She in too deep.
How does a girl, the daughter of a baron, end up as part of a muty council? It doesn't make sense.
Sometimes it seems that the only sense we find is nonsense.
Munchausen syndrome. It's a medical condition. People telling themselves they're sick until they show all the symptoms, convincing themselves to be something they're not. Ill,
Nah, you got it right the first time, Millie, when you said sick.
Mildred looked at her rough and ready lover and smiled. Ricky raised his hand then, a stern look on his face.
The shaman's mine. I owe that bastard for what he did to me and Joe. He tortured her.
No. This isn't revenge, it's surgery. We go in, we take out the leaders and destroy the cathedral. And then we get out if we can.
But I owe that guy.
He'll get his. Don't make it personal.
Yeah, personal only makes you careless.
I understand.
Professor Saraband shifted in his seat.
If you are going to this Muteville, you'll need an army at your back. And yet I count only 7 of you.
8!
Eureka eagerly raised a hand. JB nodded to her.
Well, welcome to the party. Maybe we should find you a blaster.
I'll chill muties with my teeth if I have to.
Reassuring to know, darling.
8 still is not many.
Agreed. Professor, you have 2 sec men. Would they assist us?
Yes, I suppose they could.
Impossible, Alexander. We would lose our protection.
If what Cawdor and the others are suggesting is true, and all evidence that we've seen supports that it is, then before long, no amount of protection will assure us of safety.
Clearly frustrated, Aldwych crossed his arms and sat back.
Don't you have more sec men? I remember Oricaria as having over a dozen on site.
We had to abandon the nearest branch under less than ideal circumstances.
Got attacked.
Muties. Organized muties.
We lost all our personnel. What you see here is all that we have now. I can reach out to our other facilities, but that will take time.
Do it.
I will try.
Ryan, what about the Sisters of Gaia?
Who are they?
A hidden community on Loch Raven.
They channel Gaia in remarkable ways. But they came under attack while we were there. Their numbers were diminished.
That was over a year ago.
You're right. This time jumping plays havoc with my sense of location.
A year is a long time. More than enough to rebuild a community.
A year is a long time for anyone.
Ricky felt the armorer's eyes on him as he spoke, and knew he was being given notice. JB and Mildred were sorting through the various types of ammunition in one of the redoubt's storerooms to find whatever they could use.
Feels good to finally get some ammunition in the breach, huh?
Mildred nodded, watching JB reload his 2 weapons.
I picked this up on my travels.
She showed JB the Smith & Wesson hammerless she'd purchased for $20 when she was in the year 1896. JB took it, spinning the cylinder.
Looks new. Brand new.
It is, kind of. 2 weeks and 200 years old, purchased in 1896.
That where your dress came from?
Yeah. Do you like it?
Now then, that's an old trap a woman plays on a man, and I am too old and too ornery to fall for it. You look good in anything, Millie. And in nothing.
I didn't think I'd see you again, John.
And?
And the thought of that upset me more than I'd like to admit. You know something? Pretty dresses don't go with Deathland's living. I'll take this off and swap it for my camos.
She began hunting in her bag for her change of clothes.
Yeah, that's a shame. If things ever work out different, maybe, maybe you can wear that dress again for me.
I'd wear it for me, but you'd get to take it off.
Mildred found a secluded corner of the storeroom and switched out of the dress and into her camo pants, olive top, and military-style khaki jacket. As Mildred stepped back out from behind the shelves, JB noticed that her clothes had been patched and repaired since he had last seen her.
Ah, there she is.
It felt nice being a girly girl for a while, but I have to admit, these old clothes are more me. Plus, they go better with the combat boots.
Mildred stretched, showing him a leg.
Don't you think?
I only know blasters and good cigars.
The companions located a garage workshop in one of the sub-basements of the redoubt, and it contained several operational vehicles. These were military land vehicles, 2 jeeps, 2 trucks, and a cab with a detached flatbed trailer. Jack and Ricky had considered them once, months ago, only to trip upon the problem of refueling them if they took them, and so they had left them here. Ryan and Christy looked the vehicles over and considered the possibilities.
Jeeps will cover terrain fastest.
But they're open and uncomfortable. We need something with more armor. The trucks?
Slow. Easily stalled or boxed in by rough terrain.
The cab, then. But it's too small for all of us.
The cab and a truck, and our allies from Arakaria brought their own transport. 2 wags.
The bus looks scragged. It'll need some work to make it battle-worthy.
The other wag's small.
But it's armored, and armored is good. We'll dismantle these jeeps for parts. One of the trucks, too. Use the metal as armor on what's left. Make us a couple of war wags. Just like the old days.
It's appropriate, since we're going to war.
It took 6 days. They didn't need to rush. If time travel had taught the companions anything, it was that time was fluid, and that it was better to get the job done properly. During those 6 days of intensive labor, they had 2 new warwags, as Ryan named them, a name that harkened back to his time with Trader, whose vehicle had been dubbed Warwag 1. The vehicles looked monstrous, wider at the front than they had been, employing thick bars and cattle catcher-type plows to nose through the dangerous roads outside the redoubt. Their sides had been rebuilt, adding thin metal plating that didn't increase the weight by too much, but added an extra layer of protection that could hopefully stop a bullet, or indeed anything less than a bazooka. There were bars across the windows, behind which was metal sheeting featuring just a narrow slit along each side, enough to see through and to poke a gun out of. JB had affixed machine guns to the front and roof of the cabs, which could be operated from inside. Targeting would be a bitch, but that didn't matter when you just planned to push through and strike fear into anyone who came close. They could do that at least. For the truck, Ricky and Jack toiled under JB's supervision, bolting a tripod to the floor of the interior facing outwards. This meant the back door shutter could be raised to allow the tripod to blast anything that came too close, and they secured a thick metal wall behind the gun, effectively housing it in its own room, so that any rear attack wouldn't drill straight through to the front, with enough protection to either side of the tripod to protect the user from anything but a carefully targeted shot, a 1 in a million shot. No one planned on slowing down long enough to allow that kind of targeting. At the end of 6 days, they were ready. Beyond the redoubt doors lay the Muti Nation. Things had got worse. A year was a long time in the Deathlands, a year and some months, and all the while a hidden army was rising to cut down humanity like so much wheat, and take the nation for itself. They hadn't succeeded yet, but Ryan could sense the difference as he drove the cab over the rough roads outside the Phoenix Redoubt. There was a bleakness hanging over everything, and a sense of desolation. Where once there had been hints of human habitation, pockets tucked a ways back from the roads, debris left by hunters or looters, things felt very still now, like a ghost town. A ghost town that had grown so large it encompassed a whole state. A ghost nation.
I remember when all this was fields. That was a joke, by the way.
It's too still. People are scared.
They have every right to be. Nuke shit hit the fan a long time ago. Hit it hard.
Ricky was sitting in the back seats of the cab with the woman named Eureka. Eureka watched as the devastated landscape flew past them, unused to traveling at such speed.
Yeah, nuke shit has a habit of doing that.
Nuke shit.
The 4-wag convoy roared through Phoenix and out, onto more dead roads and through more lost communities, where the only evidence of human habitation was ash from fires that had been set to burn people alive in their nailed-up homes. In the vehicle behind the army truck, Mildred was handling the wheel while Christy and Jack sat beside her, and Doc had stretched his long frame out as best he could on the end of the bench seat. It was like some parody of a family vacation. Mom, Pop, Grandpa, and their kid.
John Barrymore always was an admirable navigator. He'll find this lock, Raven.
How does it feel to go back, Christy?
Christy closed her eyes as she considered the question.
There's safety there. I'm not scared. What's funny is the thought that it's been over a year for them, when, for me, I visited just a few weeks ago.
I hear that.
May I propose, for the sake of our sanity, that we cease dwelling on the time we have somehow lost in our mini excursions?
Are you okay, Doc?
Doc gazed out of the reinforced side window wistfully as he replied.
Some old memories have been churned up by all of this tomfoolery, and not wholly pleasant ones at that.
Doc, I'm sorry.
We're sorry.
I suspect that I have traveled through the time stream at speed more often than any man alive, and I well recall how it affected my mind, trying to make sense of everything it did to me.
Doc recalled that first time when he discovered he had been unnaturally aged, and the many bouts of aimless rage and confusion he had felt early on, upon landing in the Deathlands age. Christy turned back in her seat and touched Doc's hand gently with hers.
Doc, you were the test case. Because of you, we know what not to do.
Plus, now we've got each other. Big difference.
You're right, of course. That really is becoming something of a habit for you, Mildred. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Just tell me if my hair goes gray.
Don't tell me.
Jack ran a hand through his own pure white hair. The convoy trundled on. In the third vehicle was Saraband, Aldwych, Trank, and Sekman Kai, the latter of whom was in the driver's seat, while Hopton drove the bus alone, bringing up the rear. They had made a decision before leaving the redoubt that they would part ways with the companions to try to enlist some of the other people connected to Araucaria, ideally their trained sectmen and any high-tech arsenal they could bring. They were in this fight together, the fight of their lives. A fight for the very life of humankind itself. This was the first time that the Araucaria group had been truly away from the companions since Jack and Ricky had rolled up at their electrified door over a month earlier, and the same questions were on everyone's minds.
Alexander, do you really trust this Cawdor character and his band?
Saraband was wiping the lenses of his glasses.
Cawdor helped us once, at great risk to his own people.
As I recall, we forced him.
Forced is a weighted term. A mutual favor, I'd say.
And now?
I might not trust Cawdor with my life, but I would trust him over a mutant. Him and his people.
The way I see it, if we don't make a stand now, we might not get the chance again. It'll be too late. If what Jack and Ricky say about this religion around here is true, that is.
Religion and science have never sat well together.
It's more than that. This is hatred dressed up as doctrine. And we, humans, are the hated ones.
I'd just as soon move away and hide. I'm not interested in fighting.
What happens when you run out of places to hide? What happens when they come for you wherever you are? What then, Professor?
Aldwych nodded, saying nothing. The Sekman had made a valid point. The quartet of vehicles split up, Araucaria's sprinter van and school bus peeling off to head west and find their allies. They had made arrangements to regroup at Old Annapolis, where the Araucaria Institute was located, the one that had been overwhelmed. They'd agreed to rendezvous 2 miles to the north of it, on the road, or whatever passed for one. There had been a road the last time they had passed through, back when the companions had visited Kill Island. Ryan hoped it was still there. The companions headed east, towards Loch Raven. The distance wasn't far, no more than 4 miles as the crow flies, but it was a drive through hell, abandoned roads that had been destroyed by nuclear warheads, and then nature turned feral, and the relentless sun and the damage it wrought year on year. There were craters in the road that you had to bypass somehow, and forests that had just sprung up and become like prison gates, thick and impenetrable. They passed through a hellscape of overgrown forest that had migrated like strewn confetti across the old highway. The scar of nuclear radiation was deep in the DNA of the trees and the plants here, turning them into hunched-over nightmare shapes that intertwined with one another, making the pathway impassable. In the lead, Ryan navigated the road slowly, finding slim gaps like alleyways amongst the tangle. Mildred followed, the vehicle's engine straining like a wild beast. Once they crossed the forest, the highway opened up again abruptly, as if a line had been drawn. The land beyond was flat, the horizon seeming to stretch on for miles. They passed through a ville of a dozen properties, where people had been nailed to the doors of their homes and left to suffer as the crows and screamwings picked at them while they still lived. No one lived here now, not even the people or muties who had committed such atrocities. The place had just been abandoned, with the residents left hanging as food sources. The distance would have been nothing in the pre-dark days, but that was before the nukes and the fallout had rewritten the rules of travel. It was for this reason that the two wags containing the companions found themselves crossing through a patchy forest path to the north of their destination, trying to make their way through.
I remember this place. Trees.
Christy had smiled when they came through here last time. This time, Ryan wasn't smiling. His eye was on the road, and he had a sense that something was off. He downshifted a gear and eased his foot off the accelerator as the road opened out into a clearing amid the forest. The clearing was set in a depression, a crater where some warhead had struck like the blow from a jackhammer 100 years before. Within that clearing was a circle of 8 wags, and around them was what appeared to be an army of muties. The mutie army was charging towards the wags with weapons raised, sticks and hammers and spikes. The army mostly made up of scalies with reptilian skin on their humanoid bodies. Some wore clothes and some did not, beasts at different stages of civilization. But they were organized and they had wags to travel in and to hunt from, and that was a development the companions hadn't seen before. The mutie army was being fought back by whoever was in those wags. Ryan eased his foot on the brake and pulled the wag to a stop.
Go around? They ain't seen us.
Ryan only watched, thinking.
I amend my point. They ain't seen us yet. We hang here too long and we're liable to become a part of whatever this is all about.
We're already a part of it, JB. Humans versus muties. Just like in the wars.
Hey, Ryan. I think I know those wags.
What? How?
A girl I met. Theta Bar.
Ricky was leaning through the gap between the seats, trying to see through the narrow slit of windshield.
Black dust. You may be right.
You know this bar person?
Ryan was watching the skirmish play out 100 yards before him. He saw a mutie catch fire as it tried to lob a flaming torch at the circle of wags.
She's dead. Ain't that right, Ricky?
Yeah.
Her people were a death cult. But turned out they didn't like the way they became a part of those deaths. Now, we going or what?
Grab your blaster.
With that, Ryan popped open the driver's door and leapt down to the ground. Behind him, the army wag had also stopped. As Ryan stepped down, Christy was approaching from the army wag.
Ryan, what is it?
Behind her, Doc and Mildred were easing out as well.
People in trouble. Ricky says he knows them. Him and JB. Theta Bar's people.
Shit. No way.
It makes sense. This was their hunting ground, after all.
Ryan took a step closer to the distant fight, watching as figures ran back and forth, shots were fired, and projectiles thrown.
They worth fighting for, Doc?
You already know the answer to that, Ryan.
I do. Mildred?
They had a regime change after we met them. They won't hurt us if that's what you're asking. At least I hope not.
Then let's go and see if we can't bring about a peaceful solution.
As he spoke, Ryan had slipped his Steyr Scout tactical model rifle from its sling and held its scope up to his eye. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Ryan took out 2 muties and the fuel tank of a wag in the space of 3 seconds. The wags belonged to the muties, a gaggle of them poised atop it with bows and arrows and spears. And suddenly, their body parts were hurtling in all directions as the wag blew up. Doc and Mildred strode ahead, while Christy followed 2 paces behind, drawing her Glock. They joined Ricky, JB, and Eureka, where the 3 had emerged from the truck cab, while Jack brought up the rear.
Fast and precise!
Down in the Depression, the Mutie hunting party, a group led by trackers who had been sent to search for Hume enclaves, became aware that they were under attack from the rear.
Hume's got more Humes!
Their leader was a scaly named Major, whose reptilian skin showed acid burns from where he had once been tortured by a cruel human master.
Stop them!
Major assumed the reinforcements were part of the wagon train they had chased down to the spot, and who'd formed a defensive circle as they came under fire. An arrow came from behind, drilling into the back of his shoulder.
Cover all assets! Humes ambush us from all ways!
Ambush was too strong a word, assuming Major really knew what it meant. But it was true that having Ryan and his companions fanning out to box them in was forcing the muties back into the parked wags where Theta Bar's people waited. Fiery mollies were dropped, flaming oil thrown, and arrows, spears, and rocks were all launched by bow or hand or catapult, while the weapons of Ryan's companions sang out in a death song. In the circled wags, Ezzy, leader of the patchwork crew, was suddenly cheered by a sense of the tide turning. Ezzy, full name Carla Esquerra, had taken over the leadership of the nomadic group after their original leader had been ousted in a violent coup. Ezzy, who had just turned 22, was among the very oldest of the 50-strong group, many of whom were still teenagers, with some even younger. Ezzy had dark skin and braided hair held back by a brilliant red headband, and she wielded a gun like she'd been born with it in her hand. She was now crouched atop one of the armored wags, a horse-drawn truck that had long since ceased using diesel, and she fired several carefully targeted bursts of fire at the approaching Mutie rabble, watching in satisfaction as 3 of their number dropped.
We got help out there! I don't know who, but make sure it counts!
A 10-year-old girl named Joni was beside Ezzy on the wag's roof, while her little brother Billy was snuggled inside the wag with his hands over his ears to block out the noise.
Do you really think we've got this, Essie? Just keep firing! I ain't going down without no fight!
Ryan switched from the rifle to his 6-hour pistol as he closed in on the scaly army, blasting indiscriminately and dropping enemy after enemy. Major was one of the very first to fall, a 9mm slug entering his head via his eyeball, drilling down the optic nerve and into the brain pan. He slumped to the dirt unlamented as the army of muties raged and roared. A few steps away from Ryan, Doc Tanner turned his lethal Lamont pistol on 2 scalies at once, lining them up so that the wad of shot went through the head of one and also his companion before Doc reloaded and fired again. Jack Lauren had a different approach. A knifeman as much as a gunslinger, he used stealth to get close, slitting each enemy's throat with his leaf-bladed knives, jamming another scaly between the ribs with a second blade before kicking the creature back and drawing down with his Colt Python to send the thing to an early grave. When the next mutie came close, Jack dropped low and threw a knife, watching it cut the air until it met with his would-be attacker, drilling hard between the scaly's eyes. The scaly's momentum slowed, and she stumbled as she reached for the blade embedded there. Jack shot her from a running stance, sending a 9mm bullet through her left cheek and out the other, delivering a second from up close, up through the palate of her aghast mouth and turning her brains into soup. As the scaly woman fell back, Jack reached for his blade and pulled it from her face.
This mine.
Then he was moving again, hunting for a new target in the chaos. Christy hurried to the wags the kids were defending and saw 2 girls, the oldest of them maybe 15 years of age, dragged from the open door to one of the horse-drawn vehicles by 3 scalies. Her shots struck the nearest mutie, exploding a cheekbone and piercing the monster's tongue. Then Christy was close, firing again into that open mouth, watching from the corner of her eye as the scaly toppled backwards.
It'll all be okay.
Then Christy shoved the nose of her Glock into the next mutie's gut, up under the ribs, and pulled the trigger. But there was that third scaly, a female with small exposed breasts, snakeskin rippling in the sunlight.
On me!
When the scaly woman barked a warning call to her fellow mutie soldiers, Christy realized too late that she was deep in enemy territory and surrounded. For a moment, the female scaly smiled, showing twin rows of yellowed, razor-sharp teeth.
Blast her all shot out! Mama want new flesh to eat!
She had one hand wrapped around the wrist of one of the girls, who tried in vain to pull away. Around them, more muties were approaching, coming at Christie from all sides. The female scaly was right about Christie's weapon being spent. By the time she reloaded, it would be too late. So Christie stepped forward and swung, using the handgun in her fist like a club, delivering a blow to the scaly's face with such force that two of her teeth snapped in her smiling mouth. And then, as the scalies descended upon her, Christie began the prayer of invocation.
Gaia, give me your love as I love you. Send me your blessing, that I may bless the earth that is your body.
Something inside her seemed to change, like a switch had been flicked. She felt it, fire deep inside her, fire on every fleck of her skin, the hairs on her arms suddenly alive in a dance, the motile hair on her head rising around her face like a brilliant halo. This was the Gaia power, a force of nature channeled through the rarest of human beings, accessed by Christie Roth in times of greatest need. Around her, 10 scalies piled onto Christie, blades and clubs swinging, one with a bat he intended to use to bash her brains out the back of her skull. For a moment, Christie disappeared amidst that scrum. And then, a scaly's body was thrown up into the air, ascending 10 feet before it dropped, slapping against the side of a wag like a wet fish. Another punch of bone-breaking force, and a scaly fell from the pylon, dancing on a snapped leg before falling to the ground. Another went down. No one could see them. It was fast and brutal and vicious. Scalies having their necks snapped, limbs broken, thrown against wags or stomped into the ground as Christie became the very force of nature that she channeled, became Mother Earth at her most angry for just a span of seconds. The geoforce burned out in less than 2 minutes, but in those minutes, Christie devastated the mutie forces like a battering ram, tearing muties apart, breaking bones and cracking skulls, fingers jabbing into open eyes and sharp elbows snapping ribs in two for any scaly who came close. And after the power was spent, she stood alone amongst a dozen scaly bodies, some wounded, some dead, none fighting back. While Christie was tearing through a gamut of scalies, JB and Ricky were using stealth for their own objective, accompanied by the woman who had become Ricky's shadow, Eureka.
Stick close.
JB had a bag cross-strapped from shoulder to hip, and the bag was bulging with explosives. They raced across the battlefield, weaving between pockets of deranged scalies, using the cover of the burning wag to hide from view as much as they could. Eureka blasted 2 scalies with a chaotic scattering of shots, while Ricky was more restrained in his own gun use, using the Webley Mark VI revolver for single shots, mostly driving the onrushing scalies back. They closed in on the muties' wags.
Ryan's already set one of these big wags on fire. Let's me and you fire up the others, C4 style.
With that, JB handed Ricky 4 small blocks of C4 explosive that he had taken from the Redoubt store, as well as a handful of fuses. The C4 blocks were the size of bricks, like bars of gold, only with an explosive payoff.
Thanks, JB.
Don't thank me. Just don't blow yourself up.
Then the armorer began to run, darting right to avoid a cluster of angry muties, as a plethora of projectiles whizzed through the air. For a moment, Ricky was alone with Eureka and the C4, watching JB disappear in the smoke of the fire.
I didn't mean that. I mean, thanks for trusting me.
Then Ricky turned, and Eureka kept pace as the two of them hurried toward the last remaining land wag, which the muties had arrived in. To Ricky's left, 3 muties turned from their sustained attack on the wag train, spying him as he weaved across the field of battle. They made as if to meet with him, and Eureka raised her Colt Anaconda and fired. The bullet hit one scaly's face just above its slash of mouth, only to ping back from the hard skin and go hurtling away. 2 of them reached for Ricky, and he ducked, sliding between the onrushing bodies. In their haste, the muties smacked their heads together. Eureka was trapped by the third mutie, who sneered as he strode toward her. Just as he reached her, his head blew up like a trampled orange, brains and bone matter flying in all directions before his lifeless body went sinking to the dirt. Behind him, some distance away, Eureka saw Doc Tanner with his lama pointed at her, a smile on his face. She nodded to him, and Doc placed his free hand to his brow as if tipping a hat. By then, Ricky was at one of the mutie's wags, and he hastily applied the C4, ramming one brick of it into the spokes of a back wheel. He tossed the other brick under the long vehicle, as far as he could throw it. Then, Ricky ran. JB was 50 feet from Ricky and Eureka's position, shotgun in his right hand, taking out Scalies as he neared the other mutie wag. They were closing in on him now, aware he was amongst them and posed a threat.
Yeah, come join the party, you assholes.
The blast took down 3 Scalies, eviscerating one, while the others were simply thrown to the ground. One-handed, JB jammed the detonator into his block of C4 and tossed it, lobbing it high into the air in the direction of the long flatbed of the mutie wag as an army of more Scalies came swarming out. There was no time to trigger the detonator, but JB just grit his teeth and turned the shotgun in the C4's direction, judging its trajectory. The C4 wouldn't explode from the shotgun pellets themselves, but the shockwave produced would trigger the detonator. As it reached the apex of its flight, 5 feet over the wag as it disgorged more troops, JB pulled the trigger. An instant later, the explosive went off. First one explosion, then another as the engine went up, throwing JB to the ground with its concussive wave. Muties went sailing through the air in a cascade of body parts and blood. JB felt streams of flesh slop against him as he lay in his face in the dirt, and he was aware of more muties dropping as his allies, Mildred and Ryan, took out anyone who came close with well-placed shots. By the time things went quiet, there were at least 40 dead Scalies in the forest clearing, and countless body parts. Ezzy and her wag train had lost 3 people, and a half-dozen more had sustained wounds, several of them serious. Ezzy watched from atop her wag as the companions regrouped and approached in the orange light of the sunset.
Stay where you are!
She pulled back the bolt on her rifle to emphasize her point. Around her, at least a dozen guns were nosing out of cavities and on roofs and under wags, between the wheels, trained on the companions, along with knocked arrows and handheld catapults.
Talk about being in a line of fire.
Mildred held her hand up to keep the others back, while she herself stepped slowly forward, holstering her pistol.
Now, Carla, is that any way to treat an old friend?
Who? Mildred, is that you?
In the scarred and bruised flesh. You mind if we approach?
Or do you always hold guns on people who save you?
As he looked at the one-eyed man, not recognizing him.
Who's this one?
Ryan. He's an old friend. You can trust him, Carla. You can trust all of us.
For a moment, it felt as if all weapons were ready to go off. Itchy trigger fingers just waiting to twitch. Then, as he held up her hand and waved, so that all of her people could see.
It's okay! They're safe! Blasters down!
At the command, Ezzy's people lowered their weapons, though they still held them.
Well, they seem friendly.
We'll see. Ezzy led almost 50 people, mostly kids, but there were some tough-looking teens among them, and a few older men and women, probably in their 20s like Ezzy. Ezzy's crew had raided 100 stores, ransacked 100 villas, killed hundreds of people before they changed their modus operandi, and quit executing adults. They'd run out of people before they ran out of ammo. In fact, they could maybe help Ryan's crew with some spares. The two groups sat among the debris and ate, ignoring the ruins of the battle, warmed by the fires of the burning wags and by campfires as the sun set. They ate chicken and eggs retrieved from a coop set in one of Ezzy's wags, mixed in with beans and wild berries. Ezzy seemed genuinely heartened to see Mildred again, For her, it had been over a year.
How's the leg?
Ezzy stretched out her right leg, and her dark skin glistened in the firelight where it was exposed by the cut of her shorts.
Good. Good as new, thanks to you.
How about this crew?
Mildred gestured to the wags and the kids sitting eating. The younger ones playing games of chase.
How's being the leader working out?
They're okay. We lost a few on the way. Some of the kids still had families and went back to their villas, but I have 56 people, and we do all right.
They had buried 3 today, but the time to mourn them had already passed.
They're not all children anymore, I notice.
Yep. We've celebrated a few birthdays since we last saw you. Birthdays, not death days.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Doc was thinking back to when he, Mildred, Jack, Ricky, and JB had been prisoners of this same group of nomads, when it was under the command of the zealot Theta Bar. The rule then was that when a child reached 21 years old, they would be hanged, and they would go to the gallows willingly, believing adulthood was the enemy of reason. It was as illogical as it sounded.
I'm surprised you're still traveling. I thought maybe you'd have settled somewhere by now.
A lot of us have nowhere to go, and I think we're afraid of what happens if we ever get there. At least the wags are safe.
They look to be in good repair. Them that no one said bastard fire to today, at least.
We try.
Ezzy had been a part of the group that had planned to execute Doc, JB, and Jack. Ricky had escaped the noose, and Mildred had waged a war that had turned the tables on their leader.
Where's Mish?
The group looked up. A kid of maybe 9 or 10 had come over and looked at each of the companions in turn. Doc recognized the child as Billy, a boy they had rescued once, what seemed a lifetime ago.
Billy, my boy, you've grown.
One of the many weird effects of their traveling through time was that Billy had added 6 inches in height in what seemed like a month.
Where's Mish?
A girl that some recognized as Billy's sister Joni rushed over and took him by the hand.
Come on, Billy, quit bothering these people.
Doc waved an ameliorating hand to the protective sister and addressed Billy.
Mish had to leave us, I'm afraid.
I liked her.
I liked her too.
With that, Billy and his sister scampered off, apparently resuming a game of chase.
The boy's a jackrabbit. Look at him go.
As the younger children played, Ryan turned the conversation back to Ezzy and her responsibilities.
Big convoy like this. Gotta be hard to keep it safe.
We're armed and we train. We always train.
Behind her, a group had set up a target and were practicing with bows and arrows. They were teenagers mostly, teens and younger. The older ones were showing the others how to draw back the bowstring, how to aim, and when to breathe.
It's been getting harder recently, with slavers on the hunt and the muties. Seen a lot of trouble lately. Muties mostly.
Muties on the rise. Numbers up. Problems, too.
Yeah. They want to chill us. Or enslave us.
Yeah, bad options. We're raising an army to deliver what we hope is a fatal blow to their infrastructure. They could use your people.
No. We don't do fights anymore.
Ezzy, Carla, this may be a fight you can only avoid for so long. What Jack said is true. The mutie threat is growing. They're organized and they're out for blood now. Human blood.
If we don't step up soon, there may not be anything left to fight for.
Or anyone.
Ezzy looked at the companions before she settled her gaze on Mildred.
When I turned 21, I swore I wouldn't fight for anything other than myself. I fought for Theta. Before then, I'd fought for my Vil. Fighting just prolongs things. It doesn't fix them.
Ah, wisdom.
We saw what was happening here when we arrived.
You were being massacred.
That was different. We were holding them back.
They set fire to one of your wags before we got here. You think you could have stayed defensive while you all cooked? Was that your plan?
Ezzy bit back a response, unsure of what to say. She could sense the truth in Ryan's words, but she didn't want to lead her people into a war.
The people you see here, they're my family. We grew up together. We've made mistakes, made promises and pacts. We've made love to each other.
Just like Theta.
Carla, a good leader protects her people. You're not wrong to do that.
I wish I could help.
You've shared your food with us. That's help enough.
The group bedded down together for the night, observing the age-old rule of safety in numbers. When morning broke, the battlefield looked stark, the corpses of dead muties already being ravaged by a flock of hungry birds. Some of the bodies burned black from the fires. The blood that had been spilled was gone. What evidence of it remained was in brown streaks on the ground, smeared among the smoldering skeletons of the mutie wags.
Muties and wags. Just when you think you've seen it all.
The companions made their way to their own wags, parked a little up the slope, where the line of trees stood sentry. Mildred was the last to go, taking a few minutes to bid goodbye to Ezzy.
I want you to look at this. I want you to take it.
She handed Ezzy a map on which JB had marked their approximate current location, as well as the location of Mville and the Mutie Cathedral, using the black charcoal from the fires.
What is this?
You can read a map?
Yeah.
It shows where we're going. It will be a few weeks. We need to make a stop and meet some allies first, and the journey isn't easy. If you change your mind, we could use as many able bodies as we can. You have some good fighters here.
Mildred, I can't take this.
The young leader made to hand the map back.
Keep it. Tomorrow, you may feel differently.
Then Mildred walked away, joining her companions in the two vehicles that they had procured from the Phoenix Redoubt. The wags started up, and the companions carried on their way through the forest and out into the ancient ruined highways. Raven Lake sat to the north of Baltimore, in an area once named Loch Raven before the Nuke cost. The companions' two wags pulled through the trees and drew a halt on its shores, looking out across the placid waters to the narrow island located in its center.
What now?
Wordlessly, Ryan turned off the engine, opened the driver's door, and jumped down. He was met by Christy from the other wag.
I don't fancy swimming again. Too much wildlife.
I remember.
The lake was infested with skagworms. The monstrous serpentine creatures lived deep and came to the surface for anything that looked edible, including people.
There's a boat somewhere.
Ryan was scanning the shore, searching for the vessel that he knew the Sisters of Gaia hid somewhere for visitors and for their own people to return.
Over there, I think.
Ryan, maybe I should go alone.
Why? We left here on favorable terms.
Christy's eyes were playful.
Best if we keep it that way, then.
Ryan nodded and paced toward where he thought the boat was hidden.
I'll help you get the boat afloat. And Christy, take Mildred with you. Safety in numbers.
I'll be safe with Phoebe and the others.
But Christy took Mildred anyway. It was a simple rowboat, barely large enough to fit two, with a set of oars that looped through the hoops on the side. Christy rowed facing backwards, while Mildred sat opposite her, one eye on their island destination, one on the sky above where clouds were massing.
What is this place anyway? You never said.
We haven't stopped long enough to talk about it. We've been a year and a half running.
Now, you know how Doc feels about that. Relative time versus absolute. To us, it's been 3 weeks, I think. 3 or 4.
4 weeks without stopping, without talking. Do you know I've missed this? I've missed you, Mildred. You're my sister, you know that. Deep down, where it counts. Sisters of the soul.
With all this talk of time, I've been trying to remember the last time we were really apart. All of us, I mean.
What was the past like?
Like hell. What was the future like?
The same, pretty much.
Shoot, I really have missed this. I knew I'd miss JB, but I didn't realize when we got split up how much I'd miss you and Ryan and Jack. And Ricky, too, damn it. Little twerp.
He's more than that.
He did us all wrong. There's no question. But I've thought about it now so much, and I can sympathize. I can see why he would do what he did. Jo was a terrific girl.
She was.
And if I'd thought about it, I might even have tried to go back and save her myself. That's wrong, isn't it?
Would you really have done that?
Mildred looked away, eyeing the land as it came closer.
Probably not. But if it was my dad, maybe.
She spotted a building there, 3 stories but sunk low in a depression, so that it could only really be seen once you got close.
You never answered my question. What is this place?
Well, it's a sisterhood.
Back on shore, Ricky, Jack, and Doc sat in a circle on the open back of the army wag around the tripod of the mounted gun, studying several maps that they had laid out before them, piecing together a picture of the nearby terrain.
We could cut through here. Maryland Route 2. That takes us most of the way to where we need to go.
If it's passable. If it even still exists.
Some parts do.
Jack and Ricky had traveled all over the old state of Maryland, and Jack had a good understanding of how to overlay his experience on the ground with what he saw on a map.
Bill's here, here, and here.
Are they inhabited? Well, I suppose they must be, or they wouldn't be vills.
Maybe. We kept our distance. Right, Ricky?
I was following you. We mostly stayed west, both going and coming. The shaman wanted to avoid the, population centers. But the ones we saw, well, they were under Muti control.
Though not everywhere is. Not yet.
Not yet.
So, Maryland 2, then Route 50. Hopefully, there will be enough of the highway remaining that it can support our vehicles. And then, from Annapolis, we'll need to come inland into Virginia and head past Front Royal, Ryan's old home.
Is that a problem?
Do you ever get the feeling, Ricky, that Ryan has been wrestling with a bear that the rest of us cannot see?
I guess. What do you mean?
Perhaps a man who has lost his whole world recognizes a fellow orphan.
Ryan's brother turned on him. I know that much.
Families can be tricky, Ricky.
Avoid Front Royal.
Yes, I think so.
Doc was conscious of Ricky's eyes on him as he turned back to the arrayed maps, and he looked up after a moment.
Is there something on your mind, Ricky?
I don't know, Doc. What you said then, about things being tricky, Ricky, just... I don't know.
Some wordplay to lighten the mood.
Ricky looked at him, an unspoken question on his lips. That Doc would lighten the mood with him of all people seemed somehow beyond comprehension.
Doc, I didn't mean to hurt you.
As we speak of families here, I am reminded of my own. I was once reliably informed that my own dear children had died when I was time-trawled, caught up in the wake of my departure, destroyed by the void that followed.
Terrible.
And I do believe that I saved them from that fate this time, when I went back to 1896. When you sent me back, Ricky, it was not perfect, these circumstances we found ourselves in, and the manner in which you conducted yourself to initiate them. But that single good, the saving of my children, if it really, truly happened, is such a huge good to have occurred that it must be weighed in balance against your transgression.
Doc held his hands up as if to show scales and balance, then tipped them as though the right hand had outweighed the left.
I hope they're alive, Doc.
They are not.
Then, I'm sorry.
No, they are not alive because it is 200 years later. And barring a medical miracle, I think we may safely say that Rachel and Jolyon are now long dead. However, it is my hope that they lived long and fulfilling lives because of my intervention. And yours.
How will you know? I mean, will you ever know?
Ricky noticed that Doc drew a deep breath, and the old man was trembling a little.
We have, through your actions, cast new ripples in the time stream, and mayhap changed a very small instance. The ramifications are bewildering. It is hard to even contemplate them. So, let us not do so, and instead turn our minds back to the matter at hand. How to get to Mutieville via Annapolis.
Thus, they continued planning. Ryan stood on the shore, his back pressed against the side of the truck cab, his Steyr rifle in his hands as he watched through its scope the rowing boat tracing a path toward the island a half-mile away. JB stood beside him while Doc, Ricky, and Jack studied maps to plan their route to Mville via Annapolis. The woman named Eureka had found a spot in the sun where she simply slept, one arm over her eyes to shield them from the daytime brilliance.
You said this place is some kind of sisterhood?
Yeah, no men.
You trust that?
Maybe they're onto something. I've met a lot of men I don't trust.
What do these sisters do? Gaia stuff?
Yeah, Gaia stuff. Channeling the spirit of the Earth Mother, same as Christy. They're good people, but they keep to themselves.
Who doesn't these days?
I just hope Christy can convince them to help us.
JB nodded thoughtfully. He knew Christie's powers, the so-called geoforce of her Gaia ability. It was a breathtaking thing to witness. And in those moments of the channeling, Christie looked even more beautiful than normal, as if she were somehow more than she had been before. Superhuman, JB thought. That was an interesting dilemma, wasn't it? Bringing in superhumans to fight subhumans so that the actual plain normal humans could have a chance at surviving.
Well, Gaia moves in mysterious ways.
They're at the shore now.
Ryan still had his scoped rifle up, finger on the trigger guard, as if he didn't quite trust what was about to happen. He saw Christy and Mildred ascend the slope of the beach and disappear into the grassy swath beyond that led to the building.
Good luck.
All he could do now was wait. The rowboat reached the shore of the island, hungry skagworms swirling dangerously in the waters beneath its hull. As Christy and Mildred pulled up to the incline of shale, Mildred spotted a figure on the beach.
Christy, we've got company.
It will be all right, Mildred.
Mildred smiled tightly, placing her hand on her holstered hammerless pistol. The figure was a woman, dressed in a red hooded cloak, strands of her long dark hair escaping the hood and catching in the breeze. She held a staff, its tip sharpened like a spear, but short. Behind her, another woman followed at a short distance, dressed in a similar red cloak, hood up to hide her features. Christy turned in her seat as she beached the boat.
Sisters!
The closer woman kept coming, while the other paused, hanging back just beyond the line of the beach itself.
Who are you?
I'm Christy, and this is my friend Mildred. We're here to see Phoebe. We are sisters in Gaia.
Yes, I can feel that.
The woman pushed her hood down, revealing a youthful face, dark skin, and black ringlets of hair. Christy didn't recognize her from before, but she had to remind herself that it had been over a year, and not a few weeks the way it felt to her. The woman in the cloak leaned down to help Christy and Mildred draw the boat up the beach so that it didn't float away. Christy knew what the scarlet cloak meant.
You're on guard duty. Do you want to accompany us, or shall we find our own way?
Perhaps it would be for the best if I came with you. You've heard about Phoebe, I take it?
Heard? No. Heard what?
You'll see. I'm Maisie. I worship the Green Mother as Gaia also. Blessings be with you.
Christy and Mildred walked up the beach, accompanied by Maisie and the other cloaked woman, the latter coming into step as they reached the scrub grass that acted as a border to the shale. As they walked, Christy looked around her, remembering this place from her last visit. They had buried their sisters here, sisters in Gaia. those who, like her, worshiped the Earth Goddess in all her names. There had been an attack on this facility while she and Ryan were visiting. A deranged druid by the name of Cooper Crawford had come with a small army of mercenaries, hoping to steal the Gaia power for his own use. Crawford had been killed, but not before wounding and killing a number of the women who lived here. Those women, sisters in faith, had been buried here, given back to the Earth Mother who had so loved them.
This place has a feel.
It's tranquil. Mostly. The sisters share powers here, teach the many ways to channel the goddess. The curtain between our world and hers is thinner here than anywhere else I've ever been.
I'll take your word for it.
They had reached the lone building now, a 3-story brick structure that looked to Mildred a little like a university campus, organized as it was like 3 sides of a square. In a courtyard in the center stood a huge, lidded structure that sat close to the ground, like a cesspit. Inside were skagworms, caught and stored there before being converted into food for the witches who resided here. As they paced across the courtyard, a door flung open and a youthful figure emerged. It was a girl, long dark hair and gangly limbs, barely into her teens.
Christy!
Philippa? Is that you?
The teen threw herself at Christy, gangly arms wrapping around her in a hug.
Of course! Oh, it's so good to see you!
You've grown. And your hair also.
Gran says if I keep growing, they'll have to plant me in the orchard with the other trees.
Then she stepped back and looked at Mildred, then pointedly looked behind her, before turning back to Christy.
Is Ryan with you?
He is, but he didn't come over on the boat. He's waiting on the shore for us. This is my friend, Mildred.
Hello.
Hello. Did you hear about Gran, Christy?
No. People keep saying that. What's happened?
She's sick.
I'm a doctor. Maybe I can help.
Christy was a medic too, in a different way, using plants and natural remedies to heal people.
They have their own healer.
The group followed Philippa inside the stone building. Inside, the corridors of the building were paneled with dark wood, doors to either side and sunlight coming through evenly spaced windows, distant enough that they left the corridor feeling gloomy. Philippa led Christy and Mildred to one of the second-floor rooms. Christy recalled this as being near to where a healer named Gemma had resided, and she felt a twinge of sadness at the recollection, knowing that Gemma was dead. There was a sec woman outside, dressed in the familiar red robe of her station, hood down. She looked very young, perhaps just a few years older than Philippa, with a blonde braid of hair trailing over her shoulder. Christy didn't know her, and she realized that most of the personnel had changed here since she and Ryan had last visited. The Sisterhood sent their members out into the world after training them, hoping to bring their peace and their understanding of nature to a planet racked with devastation. Perhaps it was a vain hope. Sometimes sisters came back to share knowledge and to teach the next generation, encouraging those they found outside who had shown an understanding of the geoforce and a natural inclination to channel it. The group had halted before the door, and the blonde sec woman posted there smiled genuinely at Philippa before pushing the door open for her.
She's awake.
They walked inside and saw the old woman lying on the narrow bed there, close to the window, a thin sheet over her top half, a blanket turned down to cover her legs and feet. This was Phoebe, but she looked older than the last time Christy had seen her. Her previously thick iron gray hair, now just a wispy cloud of thin strands against the pillow. Her once fierce eyes, now faint and unfocused.
Gran? Christy's here. You remember?
I remember.
Christy approached warily, concern on her features.
What happened to you?
Phoebe was the leader of this enclave, and the last time Christy had seen this woman, she had been a formidable matriarch, fearlessly facing down armed mercenaries who had come to scalp and murder her charges.
Age. The goddess may be immortal, but alas, I am not. Did you hear me call?
No.
Then you heard Gaia, and you came. Many did. Sisters I had not seen in months or years. They came back. There are more than 30 here now.
39.
More than have lived here in many years. Each of them helping guide the worship. But you know all about that.
Yes, you taught me. Showed me things I never considered before. About Gaia.
Yes, child.
If I may, my name's Mildred. I'm a doctor, a healer. Can I examine you? Help you, maybe? How long have you been sick?
Huh. I'm not sick.
Mildred.
I am old. And old is what happens when we live good lives. Old is the reward we get. And then we die at peace.
That's a nice way of looking at it.
The other sisters that came here, they came to honor me, but also they are waiting to see who will replace me.
Gran, don't say that.
It's true. It's a necessity. A part of the Earth Goddess's plan. But Christy, if you didn't come for me, then why did you come? Is Mildred here to learn?
No.
I didn't think so.
No. Phoebe, you welcomed me. You and everyone here. You showed me new ways to channel the goddess and ways to use that power, to work together. There is a growing problem abroad, and we need that power now. The power of the goddess. The power of Gaia.
Gaia. The Lady of the Green. Mara. Terra. Hutu. Zemina. Jaro. Grandmother Wise. Mother Earth. So many names. Infinite names.
I need them all.
You have them. They're all one.
Not the names. The sisters. There's an army out there on the mainland growing quickly, and it's a threat to all of humanity.
Humanity has not always been Mother Earth's friend, Christy.
But nor is this army. They're muties, thrown up by the nuke cost when mankind tried to destroy the Earth.
And Gaia wept.
And Gaia wept.
Phoebe met Christie's emerald gaze.
Tell me about the muties and the threat they encompass, and why we should become involved.
They're eradicating people, enslaving them, castrating the men to sterilize them, taking over the human settlements. They don't care about farming or about tending to nature. They revel only in destruction.
Not so different to men, then.
If we don't stop them now, they'll come here. For you. It's only a matter of time.
They have a section of the East Coast already. You'll be in their way soon enough.
We can defend the island.
That won't be enough. If this thing happens, really happens, this wave of evil, then your stronghold here will be compromised. It's only a matter of time.
I thought you cared about the outside world, Gran. We send our sisters—
Silence, child. You know nothing of the world.
Feeling the anger rising inside her, Mildred looked away, out the window at the open courtyard.
Typical.
What's typical?
Your grandma is right. The outside world is awful. Believe me, it is. But it seems to me it's awful because everyone wants to hide away just like this. They don't want to put themselves out there to help one another. It's all so tribal.
You mean Ezzy?
And what do you know, Mildred? You, who runs with armed allies, who carries a sidearm herself, and pays no respect to the Earth Mother. What are you doing?
You're right. All I'm doing here is surviving. But I'm not like you. I remember a time when people came together and helped one another. I remember the United States of America, emphasis on united, and all that it meant, the good and the bad. And the good outweighed the bad because of good people like us. I may not be perfect, Christy or Ryan or our friends neither. But respectfully, we have a rule, ma'am. We leave things better than we found them, if we can.
And you really think that these muties are so much of a threat?
I do. They are.
If they're muties, then they're against nature, Gran. Mother Nature didn't make them, isn't that right?
Phoebe closed her eyes for a long moment, and the room fell to silence.
I'm sorry, Phoebe. I didn't mean to waste your time or to upset you when you're like this. We'll leave.
No, Christy.
The old woman's eyes opened once more, but she stared at the ceiling, unfocused.
Your friend Mildred made a good point, as did Gaia wept, as did my granddaughter. We could hide here, safe from harm for as long as that held. You and I have both known that it does not hold. Cooper Crawford's invasion proved that. I don't want to start a fight. I am reluctant to do so. But I will finish one. And I sense that, from what you've told me, we're already in that fight. And if we don't step up, we'll be overwhelmed.
You'll be cold-cocked.
Phoebe rose until she was sitting up in the bed, and she turned to face Christy and Mildred where they stood.
The sisterhood will help you if we can. If I can. And not only because you, Christy, are a part of us. Tell me what we must do. What, and when, and where.
Thank you.
Thank Gaia.
Mildred rolled her eyes.
Give me strength.
Yes. Give us all strength.
Christy led Mildred from the building out into the fields that surrounded it.
There's something I want you to see.
A group of 8 women stood in a circle out in the grassy plains, holding hands.
What are they doing?
They're calling out the many names of Gaia, Mother Nature. She will infuse them with power.
Among them was Maisie, the Sek woman who had first met them on the beach. But now she had discarded her hooded robe to let her hair flow freely in the wind. Black ringlets fluttering in time with the long, uncut grass. Standing next to Mildred, Christy closed her eyes.
Gaia. Gaia.
There was something in the air, like the sense of a storm coming. And each woman in the circle seemed to rise, standing tall now, their hair alive as if caught in a breeze that Mildred couldn't detect. The colors of their eyes suddenly more brilliant and pure than they had been a moment before.
What is?
But Mildred already knew. She had seen this same effect, albeit on a smaller scale, when Christy channeled her goddess and drew upon the Geo-Force. The women were looking into the empty center of the circle, as if they saw something there. Maybe it was a mass hallucination, Mildred thought. Or maybe they really could see something, a magical something that Mildred could not see. When they let go of one another's hands, the women moved at speed now. Athletes running across the grassy plain, faster than Mildred expected. Not impossibly so, but somehow unreal all the same. They leapt high in the air, and one ran so fast at a tree that she ascended it, straight up the vertical, until the woman trailing behind her reached it and kicked it playfully, hard enough to shake the branches and make her friend fall amidst a shower of fruit. She landed like a cat, pirouetting as she rose to her feet, and continued the race. And then one of the women, a redhead like Christy who wore her hair in 2 pigtails, their ends tied with trailing ribbons, reached the shore where the shale met the water and kept running, her feet touching the water but never sinking, just crossing it like a water boatman or a jet ski from the before times, before Skydark. Mildred watched in awe as the redhead was followed by 2 more of the sisters, running out across the water, doing the impossible just for a half-dozen steps before they turned back to the shore.
It's incredible.
It's Gaia. Her love infuses them. It infuses us all if we only knew how to embrace it.
As the others came back to the beach, the last of them, a svelte woman with brown hair with premature gray at her temples, was too slow, and she began to sink, the water lapping over her ankles with the last few steps she took. She dropped to her knees, her face beaming with joy. The other sisters surrounded her and shared in her joy.
How did they do that?
They work in concert, channeling the goddess.
In concert. I see. I think.
We should go. Ryan's waiting. JB, too.
They walked down to the shoreline where the boat was moored, unhitched it with the help of a Sek woman named Farah, and kicked off from the beach, Christy working the oars. As they crossed the water, Mildred dipped a hand in for a few seconds, feeling the coolness of the gentle waves.
What are you doing?
Just checking this water's real.
Careful. Skagworms will take your hand off.
Mildred drew her hand back, wiping the water from it with her other hand, rubbing them both until they were as dry as she could get them. Mildred considered that if she could have shown her father, or brother, or grandma what these women could do here, shown them the miracles they were performing. But no, her family was in another world, another time. The only miracle awaiting them was the nuke cost, and how it would utterly change everything.
Can they do that away from the grass? Away from nature?
Nature isn't just grass, Mildred. Gaia is everywhere.
I'm thinking of that Muti temple Ricky and Jack saw up on a mountain.
The cathedral?
It's surrounded by rocks, built on them, built out of them. I always thought of rocks as, I don't know, dead.
The sisters work in concert to enhance the power. They'll be all right.
In concert. I guess it'll be a rock concert. It's a 20th century thing.
They brought the boat into shore, and Ryan and Ricky helped, dragging the boat out of sight once the two women had disembarked. How were they?
Philippa asked about you. She misses you a little, I think.
She's a sweet kid.
Sweet on you.
Ryan let it go. It didn't mean anything. He loved Christy, and she knew that. Some kids' infatuation didn't make what Ryan and Christy had any less. Mildred found JB sifting through his many maps, most of them old road maps taken from redoubts and from gas stations. He looked up at Mildred's approach.
You came back in one piece. Ryan seemed a little unsure.
The things I've seen.
Like what?
Women running on water, literally across the surface. I don't know how they can do that. And the only explanation Christy could give me was Gaia.
Gaia is one powerful mother.
Her power is love. I guess that's everyone's power in the end, right?
And believe that if you want, but I'll stick to bullets just the same.
A few minutes later, they were back on the road, or what passed for one, out here in the remnants of Maryland. The two wags headed south, crossing through devastated towns that had been flattened into prairie, new villas that had been abandoned, collections of ramshackle huts made of recovered metal and wood, the recognizable grills of Mack trucks and of Greyhound buses put to use as walls and windows, their slats performing the function of Venetian blinds. Even the animals seemed to be scarce in these parts. No birds overhead or in the trees. Only the odd rodents scurrying across their path as they passed through. In one place, they saw a woman who had been nailed naked to the ground, thick metal nails hammered into her hands and feet so that she lay spread-eagled. She was long dead, half her face already picked away by birds or vermin. There was no one else for miles, not even evidence of anyone having camped nearby. Then they passed the way to Kill Island, an aged road bridge that had toppled into the sea, and saw bodies hanging from what remained of it, hanged by their necks.